Wait, why is my cat? Okay, sorry, chat. I need to see if I can fix this. Settings. Why isn't my webcam working? What?
This is already hilarious.
You know, at least you have a webcam.
Oh my god, I don't even have push to talk.
No push.
That made it all the better. What?
Is my audio okay, or is it doubled?
I mean,
fine.
it's fine, but it's your
Okay.
voice, so it's
Yeah, I
terrible,
know.
you
Hey, imagine a pestily mask though.
How's it going? Next thing, how you doing?
Yeah, fuck
Playlist?
off.
I've got a lo-fi playlist. Do you want it?
Imagine.
Imagine.
That was the longest hobble to extract as a scav.
Oh, did you get that on a scarf?
Yeah.
No way. You
I
lucky
hobbled
man.
from IKEA to railway with broken legs.
Philbo,
that
is that
mask.
a green screen behind you, or is it actually just a green wall?
No, that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Is it the Elgato?
I was like
green screen?
confused, dude. I was so.
It's
fucking-
the Elgato one.
How you doing, real kid? Good to see you. We're gonna be winging it today. I don't know what we're doing. Who are we waiting on?
I think we're all in here. We're just.
Offender's
trying to
still
get
in
his
the
webcam
raid, so I'll tell him to come in after the raid.
Okay, yeah, Offender's not here.
My camera's just got like an endless loading thing on it. I don't know why.
So does Birdley's.
Yeah, I got the same problem. I think it's
I think
because
Streamlabs.
Streamlabs, yeah.
got your
Yeah,
camera.
need
Make
to
sure
disable it in Streamlabs.
that's the one.
I don't have Streamlabs open.
Do I have the gold sub badge now? You're on what colour's that? 6 month?
I'm using on Taurus.
6 month badge is like the silver glove.
It's not even
Hey,
online.
Frodo.
I bet he's sleeping.
Oh no,
Yeah,
he appears offline. He like lurks in the shadows and shit, you know?
Yeah, like the rat he is. I didn't say that.
Arrow face reveal when?
Aero bandit reveal when.
I mean, some people already know what I look like.
Yeah, let me screenshot your badge for you as I can see it. I think I just got 8 months.
It fucking works.
Hey, there he is.
There's the man.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Welcome everyone. We're gonna give it a couple minutes, see if Antorius is around, and then we'll get started. All right, yeah, we'll give it a couple more minutes. So wait for. Should we wait for Antorius, or should we start without him?
Yeah, we'll attempt.
We'll stick the lo-fi back on. while we wait for him. How's it going, Sleepy? Good to see you. Podcast? That's Veritas' podcast. It's already taken that name. I see the TPO t-shirts come out as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially for him, man. You know. Showing them
Imagine
support.
him not turning up.
Exactly. I might go fucking change, put my own merch on.
Imagine having merch. Mainstream.
I'm trying to think of a name for the podcast. I literally just can't think of anything.
All the good names are taken.
Yeah.
Talking Tarkov is Clean's one. Podcast is what's his name? Veritas's.
I mean, when Rickle was running it, we
Nobody's.
it was called the Nobodies.
That was actually a good name, you know. That's
The
a good name.
Nobody's podcast.
24-hour stream tomorrow. Yeah, it
So
looks
good,
that way,
actually.
Sleepy.
I actually like it. I don't know.
Oh, there he is.
Timo.
Hey, we got it working.
Nice.
No. Or whatever the fuck he does. Nice cat.
Yeah.
Actually, he's a cute cat.
I'm thinking. We'll give it a couple. Is he like disappeared? Where has he gone even?
Antorius?
Yeah.
No idea, mate.
Oh.
Messaged him as well on his phone. Not read it. Comcast.
All right. I think we might as well get started. First of all, I am going to record this and we're going to upload it to YouTube maybe as well from my point of view.
Awesome.
We'll try and make it a regular thing, weekly, maybe fortnightly. I don't know. We'll see. I think now's like just a good time for it because we've had a good chance to work through this current patch, and we've got a good understanding on the current state of play in Tarkov. Maybe not next week. I'm thinking because it's the Sunday like next coming is the one where drops are still enabled, so it might be an awkward time for a podcast. But we'll work it out. Maybe a fortnight. Maybe we do it monthly, fortnightly. I don't know. We'll see. We're kind of winging it at this point. I'll try my best to keep up with chat. Any questions, comments, anything like that. But I basically wanted to start off going round the table. In terms of current patch, quest progression, your thoughts. We'll start with the Kappa King Birdley, I guess.
So, thoughts on the current patch?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, I was just, I guess, very impressed with the servers and how good the game was on day one compared to last time, where I felt lucky when I got just one raid out of the way the first day, just struggling to get even into the client. But it seems like BSG had they were prepared, much more prepared this time for the amount of new players. And it seems like the work they've done on the servers have paid off for them, definitely. And I've honestly been enjoying it from day one.
Birdley,
like, of course, you can talk
Birdley's
about
has been in the
that
stream
there's been a fair amount of new influx of cheaters, and that's going to be a constant battle. And I guess we're going to have to talk about that at one point as well.
Is the mic any better, by the way?
But I like the task progression. And
turned it up on Streamlabs as well.
I don't know what more to say about it other than I've been very pleased with the experience, to be honest.
Definitely the server situation is a lot better because I remember vividly, 0.12, I didn't play for the first week. The first day of the patch, I remember watching Pestily. He did 6 raids in an 18-hour stream, or 9 raids, whatever the number was. So I was very reluctant to play day one patch. Obviously, we've got the meme now of Iron Load, and it's a BTTV emote, which you're welcome to enable in your chat. But aside from that day one, I think like server load and server connect. There's been the odd day where I've lost connection in raids and stuff, but it's definitely one thing to be applauded on BSG's part. That this the number that they threw out the other day on Red 7's podcast is 150,000 concurrent players at the minute as we speak. So going from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and having that stability, it shows a lot. When I was talking about the current patch, I was mainly leaning towards this whole find and raid situation and flea market situation. That's obviously the biggest change that we've had, and I just want to get everybody's kind of feedback and input in terms of how that's changed your own experience, progression. I know probably not so much, but a lot of people kind of want to hear that side of things as well, I think. Phil, any
For me, I think the fan and raid changes is probably one of the best things that they've done.
Hey, Big Daddy.
I've been in many people's chats, big streamers, small streamers, and you're reading the conversations that are happening in the chat, and they're like, "Oh, the game's too hard. I'm struggling. I can't do quests anymore. It's impossible to get this, this, and this, and this." And then you've got a number of people who have already achieved all the quests and already achieved Kappa and are having no issues whatsoever. And the same thing I've said to every single one of these people is it isn't an easy game. It wasn't made to be an easy game.
Hi,
it's
Iron.
not Call of Duty. It's a game where you grind out, you get
you for the
good
resub,
at
man,
the
mechanic.
game. You know, you've got different skill sets you have to level up. You've got different adaptations you need to get used to. You need to learn the maths. You need to learn everything about the game. And it's just a bit of perseverance in finding these items, you know, team up people and work out that way. But when you find out, when you ask people the question, like, are you struggling to find the items? They're like, oh no, I can find the items, I just die.
Yeah.
And it's hard to not be rude and just say, well, you just need to get better.
I think that's the main thing. Like, I that's the one I repeated myself a lot, and I feel like a broken record saying it. That's kind of why I wanted to do this thing, was just to kind of put it out there in a you know, a coherent format. Is this whole find and raid situation? It basically is all about reward and survival, you know, and whether you go to hotspots, whether you're questing, whether you're loot running, whether you're PvPing, the aim and focus right now is to survive. You're going to make money either way. Like, I think the era, you can still money run, no doubt. You can still money run, and you can still stuff things in your gamma and die and make money. But the main reward and the main, like, I don't know, it's just basically surviving raids. Whether even if you're in factory killing scavs, you survive that raid, you're bound to make money. You're going to make profit. That's where the emphasis is, and that's the direction that I like at the minute, and I think that's the main kind of like feedback that I have to any new players as well. It's like, you're gonna die a lot, you know, and one other thing, although I'm jumping subjects here, one of the things that people keep coming to me saying they buff scavs. My opinion, I don't think they've buffed scavs. It's just the fact that because we've been running around with meta gear for the last 6 months, all of a sudden we're in Karasaramas and shooting, you know, 5 or 5 PS. They feel tanky and we're getting one tapped in the face. So it's you know, it's a weird, like, it's the normal thing at the start of a wipe, and I think obviously new players aren't maybe used to it, but again, even experienced players, they go back to that fresh wipe feeling, and they kind of forget that feeling of, you know, what it feels like to be shooting rubber bullets and be you know, wrapped in toilet paper for armor.
Great.
I'm just saying
Yeah, go on.
that sometimes some of these scavs have fucking aimbot.
Thank you for the host as well.
Just every once in a while. You'll literally, like, you'll run into like 50 of them
Shall
that
I
are
mute
terrible.
alerts? Let me turn down
And then you'll
alerts.
run into one
Let me
that will
turn that down a
literally
bit.
hit every shot, no matter how far the distance he is from you or anything. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
The voice and videos out of
It's
sync?
like 1 out of
Really?
50. Okay, it's not very
Oh.
often.
Just for me or for everybody? Yeah, no, I feel that. I think, who is it? Philbo always says they're wearing that tier 7 invisible armor, isn't it? That's
Ah,
why.
yeah, it's the new tier 7 skin armor that they've got, man. The people, the scouts with no armor on seem to take more bullets than the people who are tanked.
Have you guys been using a Goldnick at all?
No.
Yep.
I swear to God, they nerfed it. I swear they nerfed it. Every time I shoot a raider in the head with it, it bounces it every time. Off like a
I was
U-block
just
every
literally watching Offender before we started this podcast on reserve, shooting scavs in the face 3-4 times, no exaggeration, before they drop.
Yeah, I swear a Goldnick is broken. I swear.
How's it going,
It
Deal
is.
here? Good to
Has
see
to be.
It's out of sync. It's a bit off. All right, I'll try and fix it. We'll
It'd
go
be
with it for
interesting
now.
to see if they would
We'll go with it
release
for now.
if they have increased or decreased. I know that they said that they were changed the way that is it the .39 ammo? Is that the VSS ammo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They changed it.
9x39.
Yeah.
And I definitely think they changed it, to be honest. I was watching Razzle yesterday on labs with a AS Valor VSS, and it seemed like it had a lot more recoil, actually. Like, it used to be just a laser beam. It has, like, quite a bit more, I'd say.
One thing from using early M4 ammos, and it's only since I watched Razzle yesterday, something that I've never actually taken notice of is the accuracy penalty in like 855A1 mainly, compared to 905. You can even test it in your hideout. Load up a 60 rounder with 855A1 and mag dump it, and your gun will bounce around everywhere, and it's like very erratic. And then compared to 905, it's actually a laser beam. And that's one thing. It's not just the pen of the ammo, it's actually a stat. Yeah, I've never actually taken notice of that stat. That's one thing personally for me, whether it's something they've added in or buffed or something, I don't know. But yeah, that's one thing. And welcome, Offender. How you doing?
Good evening.
How's it going?
We did start without you, but we're just kind of getting opinions and thoughts on, the current state of play, founding raid changes, and how we've dealt with this patch. One thing I did want to do as well, I did want to wait for Notorious, but we'll go around the room as well for anybody who doesn't know. In the top left of my screen, we've got Birdly TV, we've got Offender, then we've got Philbo over to my right. Bottom left, we've got Timo, Redbeard, Aero is bottom middle, and Tripex we've got bottom right. We're still waiting on Notorious, but it's a
He
better.
did message in Discord.
Oh, he did. I ignored his message. It's fine. It's a better place without him anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, fuck the Yorkshire.
True.
He said he was in a raid.
Oh, he's in a ring. Okay.
He said had no comms because of call noise. GG. And then he said he's going to
Imagine
shop
going
at
into a
Unnamed.
raid before a podcast.
Imagine
Oh, hi,
playing
Offender.
Tarkov.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
You got something to say, mate? Killed a scav with a thermo bag. No problem. Sell him for a meal. Easy.
The scav had a thermo bag on him.
Yep.
In his bag.
The Mr.
Players, yeah.
Holdings?
Yeah.
Right.
Player scav. He'd obviously killed a player with it.
Oh, outmarked. Yeah.
Are you talking
Hey,
about the
simply, how's
things
it
with
going?
food?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was a
the
food bag
cooler
came out
bag
marked.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay. They're a fucking million rubles.
Yep.
What the fuck?
I was as shocked as you.
Yeah. Trip. Any input from that? Any additional points? I mean, I think in terms of the find and raid
I
fleet.
think everybody has the same feelings.
Yeah.
The find and raid is fine with them adjusting the quantity.
Yeah.
But survival's a lot. I wouldn't say it's harder, but it's a lot different. Where I'm used to playing as a group. We all know, but I run around pretty. I don't duck walk through the map. I play at the pace that I feel like Tarkov should
But
be
it
played.
looks like and sounds like a
And
guy I
it seems
play
like
with.
whatever map I
pen
play,
and
I'm
paper
still
up
too
here.
fast. Like I still get the guy in the corner that's just sitting there. He's been sitting there for 15
Your
minutes.
survival rate's
just
a lot
hanging
higher. That's
out,
interesting, right?
and he's
Mine's
right by
definitely
an
a lot lower.
exit, right ready to just snatch what I can or what he can and go. So I feel like the find and raid punishes anyone that wants the gunfights, and it rewards anyone that just wants that survival medal. So that's really kind of unbalanced there. And then we had talked yesterday about getting a survive for physically being in raid 10 minutes. I've done it. I found the beard oil, sat in a bush, waited my time, paid the Uber driver, and I was gone. But realistically, what does that say about the game that we've rewarded someone to do that? So it should really be more distance traveled, actions.
I think that's one thing we definitely agree overall that there seems to be there needs to be a slight rework with that aspect of things. The fact that I like the fact that if you get a run through, the stuff's not found in raid anymore. But I think the 10-minute timer I'm not too sure about. And I think, again, when it comes to survival, I think just rewarding any sort of like combat experience, distance travel, things like that, I think they need to be emphasized rather than sitting in a toilet for 10 minutes, personally.
Exactly.
But how they go about doing that, I don't know. And I think this initial rework is a good kind of like, phase one change in terms of the found in raid thing. But I'm looking forward to see if they do tweak this in any way and make it more. I'm thinking like this is obviously like the first iteration of it, so to speak, and I only see them tightening the screw and making it more difficult. So I'm looking forward to see how what the next stage is to that, if there is one. They haven't spoke about it much, but we'll see.
What's everyone's thoughts on the weight system? I know it hit hard last wipe because it was mid wipe. We were all high tier gear, heavy bags full of stuff. Now that we've all started fresh, we've all started with low gear and kind of grown into our gear, do you guys like struggle with weight, or does it just feel kind of normal before they ever implemented it?
I think it feels normal.
I feel like I only struggle when I'm in labs. That's it.
That's because you got 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag,
yeah.
dude.
The thing is, I think we found the method with that though. You literally just leave a bag by the elevator and you're carting stuff back and forth.
Yeah. Exactly. So we just kind of like counter the whole thing. I mean, I'm more interested about who has high covert movement. Because mine's still level 0.
Mine's level 2. I love crouch caps lock. You know this.
I think I've just picked up level 1.
I'm level 1. I'm 1 1/4 into level 2.
Oh, I'm almost level 3.
Oh, there's the hatchet.
I win.
There's the Kiba rat.
There's the muslin.
Jeez.
What about you, Tim? Any thoughts on that last point there, mainly about weight system?
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that I noticed straight off the gate is that the reason, for me at least, that it felt like the weight system hit hard last wipe, not just because it was mid-wipe, but it's when you're running endgame gear. That's the only time, like, it's when you're running the massive bags. It's when you're running the heavy armor, when you're running the big helmets, the heavy guns, right? 9 times out of 10, I can fill my bag. I can run into an interchange raid, fill my bag, have another gun, have everything on me, and then I can walk out a raid.
It has a very steep learning curve.
The gear just isn't as heavy.
That learning process,
because it's not end game stuff. Which has made me realize that actually the weight system is a lot more balanced than it may have appeared last wipe. And I don't know, I'm loving it. I love anything that makes the game a bit more hardcore, a bit more difficult. So
I don't know how you guys felt, but I think with the whole weight system thing, being in a fresh wipe, you're barely feeling it. But I think because we had the half wipe experience last wipe, and I think like a vast majority of people didn't like the weight system change, but the main thing was that it came in halfway through a wipe and then we got our stats wiped. So everybody was 1 minute, like me personally, I was running this M1A kit with a raid bag, reserve, and I was leaving at the very last second, and I was leaving every raid, with one of those filters or Martyrium loot, glue cars loot, all the raiders, and we were like min-maxing to the max. And now if you go into reserve, like even if you find one of those filters or anything out of marked, you're slow walking for the rest of the raid. And I think the kind of the hard feelings with the whole weight system was mainly because it came at a bad time of last wipe and we got our stats wiped. If it had come in a more of a natural progression at the start of a wipe, but I think that needed to be done as well, because in a way we got to test it in like an extreme circumstance of running, heavy gear. So it was a bit of both, where it's kind of like we kind of grew to accept it, but at the same time, because it was such a drastic change overnight, a lot of people do still have like a negative connotation of the whole weight system. So I think for me personally, I know we can go around again and get everybody's, if there's any further input on that, but I think in general now, we've kind of got used to it. It's kind of a like it or lump it kind of situation with it.
I think everyone's just learned to adapt,
yeah,
pretty much. And I don't think it's as penalisation is as heavy as it was.
Got toilet paper drop watching Anton.
Because I can go into Shoreline Resort now.
Klishnikov, thanks for the host.
And
hi, Yvonne, how's it going?
Anyone, loot all the key rooms and go out with a full bag.
I know there's a delay on my camera because I'm using a camera filter through Logitech, which is then going to Discord. So I'm going to fix it next time, but it's weird watching myself because it's like I'm lip syncing.
You can still make money. So
it's also the fact of creating more money sinks for the game, like creating a usage for the stims, and see how blue stims now go for like 40-50k. The more money sinks we have, the more balanced the market will stay through the wipe. So I think it's like a very good implementation for the economy, not just for the gameplay itself.
Yeah, and actually, the money sinks is a fantastic thing. I feel like this wipe, because of the found in raid changes and also the new quest requirements, a lot more quests requiring found in raid stuff and all that thing, I feel like there are more money sinks, which is a good thing, right? Mm-hmm. It was even actually a point that came up on the on Red 7's podcast the other night, actually, about money sinks. They were talking to Nikita about being able to buy 0.1 trader rep from a trader for millions of rubles. I think they were talking about 3 or 5 million rubles for 0.1 rep sort of thing.
They did.
And I actually thought, hey, look, there are people out there that don't level their traders and just rely completely on the fleet because they hate the quests, right? Why not help them get rid of a bunch of their money and get it out of the game? You know, I think it's money sinks are always important.
I took that with a pinch of salt, honestly. Like, the more I think about it, the more I dislike that idea. Although there's definitely a vast majority, no, I won't say majority, but there's a huge chunk of this like Tarkov community who hate the quests and they just want PvP, they just want the action. And like this whole 0 to 40 process that we've kind of gone through this last couple of weeks, they want to skip that. But the fact of the matter is that the thing that makes Tarkov unique is not just an FPS, it's an MMO of FPS. Do you know what I mean? This whole questing system, the whole RPG aspect is huge, and it's what makes Tarkov unique. You take that away, and it's just COD, honestly. Like, people are just going to farm labs, farm money, and they're going to gain trader rep. And the people who actually quest, do, you know, jump through hoops, then, you know, it all becomes pointless. And the fact of the matter is, like, this current iteration of quests that we've got are actually like side quests. It's like there's meant to be a whole main storyline coming in soon, and all of this stuff is placeholder. The menus that we're looking at, the quests that we're doing, you know, even to a certain degree, this whole map selection thing, it's all placeholder. So to take away, or not, it's not as if they're going to delete the quest, but for people to be able to like sidestep them, I'm not a big fan of it. I don't know. Again, we can go around and get everybody's opinion on it, but like, it's not for me, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think it's that good. I kind of agree. I feel like people should have to grind the tasks and actually, like, I don't know, not just run labs, I guess, and make money.
I agree with that. Like, tasks should be an essential part of the game, and it's also like Philbo mentioned earlier about how hard things should be. I think one of the problems with a lot of the influx of players that came in last wipe was that the economy got really scuffed really fast. There was too much money in circulation, and the problem with that is that now you see that people complain on Reddit about the game as being too hard and whatnot. It's not different from what it used to be. And it's just that they're not used to Tarkov being this hard, and that's why they're complaining. But I feel like the tasks, like without them, like Iron is saying, you're coming back to another FPS game that is just like all the others. And I certainly would not enjoy the game as much if there wasn't a grind to it or a difficulty level that I think should still be pretty high.
Agreed.
From a progression perspective, I feel like I mean, I personally would love for what we've achieved in the past 2 weeks, because probably everyone here, I would imagine, is either 40 or almost 40, probably 75% plus the way through their tasks towards Kappa. I know Birdley already got a Kappa, but like, I feel like that 2 week. Oh, has Phil got his Kappa as well?
Yeah, I did. And I'm Kappa task for 3 days.
That 2 weeks, I wish it would last 6-8 weeks, right? I wish it would take longer to get from stage to stage, you know, rather than like a wipe lasts 6 months, right? And you basically complete 90% of the content in the first 2 weeks, and then you play endgame gear for the rest of the wipe, you know?
Yeah. How would you guys feel about something like a system where you could only access like tier 1, tier 2 traders for, let's say, the first 2 weeks? Like, you go through different phases that extended like over a period of 2 months to keep like an early wipe phase longer. Let's say that you can only complete a certain amount of tasks within the first 2 weeks, just to like be on the same level as the early level guys.
Enjoy your emails.
I've been thinking more and more about it and discussed it with some of my mods and viewers as well. And the more I think about it, the more I think that would be like a good system to keep players like us on a leash for a little bit, so we just don't rush through the content that fast.
I think that was touched on. Sorry.
Yeah, go on, Phil.
I think that was touched on in when Percy did his podcast. They were talking about. I remember listening, and they were talking about having a slow release of trader rep on levels for the first set number of weeks. Because then there was no argument about locking labs for up to a month to stop the grinding of labs and whatnot. But I think it would be a good idea to slow down. You're always going to get the people who are going to grind, like me, like you, and many other people out there who are going to who are going to grind for it. But my bloody cat. So there's always going to be that. Yeah, you can if you lock it, you'll still be able to
access
get the
plasma reserves
tasks
as well
done
for you.
ultimately, but it would
Not gonna have rush to do
make
all
it a
them,
lot more difficult.
Agree and disagree to a certain degree there, Sonny.
An idea I heard, I think it was in Hayes' chat actually. Hayes and his chat were talking about it and stuff. But I think there are some things that it would need to be worked on for it to work properly. But it was about reworking the quest system and locking the maps behind quests. So you would get in your level 1, you've just started your wipe, and your quests are on customs, and the only map available to you would be customs. And then when you finally got your next quest, which was a quest for say Shoreline or Woods or something, it then unlocked that map for you. And it had, because obviously Iron's already made the point, this is an MMO, right? And if you look back on any other MMO, you go through your quests in one area and then you move on to the next area, sort of thing. And it would stop people immediately logging in, going, I'm on reserve, I'm on labs, I'm farming raiders. Now, and I don't want to take that away from people, but it would mean that everybody's on that same progression, like speed of going through one map and into the next map. And then you can come back to the original maps later on in quest lines, but it unlocks the maps like through a quest line almost. That makes sense?
The only thing that why people might be upset about that is the ones who totally dislike the quest systems. You know, and then if they feel like they've got to do the quests, then they're not going to be as appeased to play the game.
It would also be an issue to a more casual player that only like plays with his friends every Saturday, for example, and suddenly his friends that have played 3-4 days a week has access to all the maps, and he's kind of left behind if he doesn't like. If I understood it correctly, like you have to progress through one map at a time. I feel like it would damage a little bit of the casual player base, though I like the idea for me personally, but for like as a whole, I'm not sure if it would be healthy for the casual player.
I also think
that more difficult.
I think that the people that grind also kind of gain an advantage from that too, because you'll be on multiple different maps when other people can only be locked to customs or whatever.
I've always gone like I don't like narrowing down choices in this game. Like in terms of a funneled quest progression where you're unlocking maps, I'm not a big fan. When you think of it logistically, having 100,000 people on wipe day all trying to play customs at the same time is never going to work. You're just gonna.
The servers aren't gonna do anything. They're gonna fry.
Secondly, again, like this game is all about choices. Like as much as we hate hatchet runners, that you've got a choice whether you go in with a fully geared or you go in with a hatchet. That's all about choices. And again, you have a choice at the start of a wipe whether you want a quest, or if you want a money run, or you want to jump straight into labs, or you just want a PvP on factory. You know what I mean? It's all about choices, and funneling that down into narrow, progression is what could kill this game. So I'm not for that. I see it as a viable thing, maybe possibly, but not really, honestly. Trip or Ontorius, you got anything to add to that as well?
I just think a lot of those quests are attainable on level 1. Mark a tank, mark an ambulance, find a this, find a that.
It's been brought up before, Alpha.
And any quest that's like
BSG
that
said
could
no.
be restructured.
It's not in
as
their
a
roadmap.
Daily challenge.
They've spoken about that.
Other games have daily challenges, and each player gets a random do this today, do that today, to really spread the player base out on different maps to do their quest reward. But all those standalone ones are really independent. You don't have to. I mean, you have to wait and unlock it, but you shouldn't have to. It could be a pop-up for, just wherever to really spread out the map usage and also slow it down. Because if it's a daily reward, I can't go to Shoreline and mark tanks and ambulances and drop a fishing pole and do 6 things at once because today's only, the tank day. So I think that could really slow down progression and spread out the maps as well.
I think ultimately, like, this has kind of slowed down progression with the whole find and raid thing because obviously you have to survive with everything that you need. I think not only like this longer mid to early game is nice. If we had monthly or weekly quests, then this would answer all our questions and problems, because even once you're, if you're in a position like Birdley, who's got Kappa, sitting on a nice money stack, you're basically trying to find challenges for yourself. Day to day, you're playing this game 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And obviously, we're the extreme when it comes to this because we probably play the game too much. But for people who are in that situation, who've grinded out the quests and hit end game early on, we're looking for stuff to do, and there's only so much PvP in labs that you can stay content with. So having something like a weekly challenge, monthly challenge, daily quests, that would mix it up so much, and it would just keep it fresh for vets who have hit early game so early on. Sorry, I didn't get your input on that last one as well, Antorius. I'll jump back to you.
Just click on Edge, bruv.
God damn it.
All right, thanks for that. Turns up an hour late. All right, okay.
What's your take on SP5?
No, it's no different. It's still the premium. Don't worry.
We're talking about endgame being level 40 and Prapor level 4. He hit endgame in 5 minutes because he hit Prapor level 2, SP5 and tier 3 armor. 20 rounders. Let's go.
5 raids in. Complete it, mate. Next patch, please.
Next patch.
Oh, bring on Streets.
Oh.
Speaking of Streets, how lit was that trailer, man?
Oh
that
my
trailer
God.
was unreal.
I think I've watched it at least 30 or 40 times, and every single time, legitimate goosebumps every time. I don't know what it is about the way they do their content, drips, feeds, leaks. It's there's a lot in there to absorb in, not just like the new animations and how clean the map looks, but there's little bits and bobs in there that it's a lot to look forward to. Obviously, we're going to be quick to be pessimistic in terms of performance. It's meant to be 4 times bigger than Reserve, and Reserve at the minute is a struggle. But I'm one of those glass half full guys. I'll complain about it once we get it and it's broken. I'm not going to complain about it before we've got it. I don't like doing that. But yeah. What else?
The one thing that's going to trigger me.
Yeah, Bonnie, that music.
I'm hoping that it was just the case for the showcase, but the one thing that really, really got me was when he walked into that last room just before the video fades to black, and you see a teapot on the table, a lion up on the shelves, a cat statue on the bookshelf, and none of those are going to be fucking lootable.
None are lootable. There's a whiskey bottle on the window. There's actually 2 cat statues. There's a clock. There's a teapot, lion, Tetris on the table as well.
Yeah, I played it on stream and they were like, I was going, right, this is the medical room. So there's a door. That's probably going to need a key.
Yeah.
That's where your lead XOV.
Yeah. Obviously, the Doge on the wall as well.
Oh,
That's
Doge.
huge. That's huge.
There could be actually, yeah. I mean, for streamers, it's probably going to be a great map because there's not going to be much foliage, not much trees, not much grass. Quality of stream's going to be pretty good.
Is it actually being confirmed how many players are actually going to be on the map? Because I heard it were going to be 30.
So that's the target is 40. They've said it multiple times where the first release of the map isn't going to have 40. That's something that they're going to work towards eventually. So we probably might have it, 10, 15 as like the normal, and then they're going to work up to 40. I think they understand as well in terms of their capabilities and server load and lag and desync and stutters and all that. That is something that's their target. That's what they're aiming towards. But I hope day one they don't just drop it to 40. We'll see.
I think it's going to be the new PvP map. It's going to be the map to go to if you just want to have PvP.
It depends how open it is. With those buildings that do look large, and it's going to be a lot of clearing, a lot of. I mean, people keep banging on about slow play, and you won't be able to play like a Chad, but you definitely will. Like even Reserve and bigger maps, you can still play fast. Like just because it's open, there's a lot of angles. Just learn your angles basically, and it's the same for that map. Although there's 17,000 windows, just learn the angles. I don't know. Thoughts and opinions on that?
Yeah.
What, 17,000 angles?
I definitely think it's going to be the hardest map for PvP, especially with sound the way it is.
I really hope
want
there's
it
at
to be
least
directional.
Yeah. I hope there's at least sort of like an hour and a half raid timer on it as well. If you got 40 people and it's
why not
4
put a
times
system
the
where
size
Chads
of
as
reserve,
yourself
I
go
feel like
get
a
rewards,
45
complete
minute,
tasks,
50 minute
and
raid
that's
time is
result?
just not going to be
Help
enough.
progress new players.
True.
Chads has something to
What
do.
about when there's
That's what the
15 people?
there is
and
like a
it's 4 times the
Sherpa
size of
system for
reserve?
people like that as well
We're
who
never
want to
gonna
help
see
out
a
new
single
players.
person.
Exactly.
We'll be lucky to find PvP.
PvE map, easy.
They'll have to release gas that slowly overcomes the map to make it smaller and smaller and smaller to find each other.
Oh, BR confirmed. You're saying?
Yeah,
VR.
VR confirmed.
Ah, player unknown's Tarkov.
Can we just
Stay
jump
out
off
of the red
top?
zone.
Can we just jump off of the top of one of the skyscrapers and fucking parachute down too?
Can't we just parachute in with slicks and Meta M4s, please?
Yeah. Sounds like
Oh,
a
that
good
was
idea.
one thing. I know I mentioned it a lot, but the very last second of the trailer, the heli sounds, it makes me feel some kind of way. Is that an extract? Is that Scab Boss getting dropped in? Is that how we're going to be coming into the map? Hopefully, it's not just part of the soundtrack. Hopefully, it's a thing.
Is it where Senator's going to be, the new boss?
So, that Senator, he's Shoreline, bruv.
No.
Imagine fighting the heli. Maybe
I
it's
think the
the
boss is on the side with a big fuck off machine gun.
Did I read the law that Senator was therapist ex-husband or something?
That's going around Twitch chats, and I've not found anything about that.
You
It's
have?
absolute bollocks, honestly, and it's winding me up.
I read that.
I reckon that's on Taurus. He's just dropped that in he's dropped that in someone's chat, and someone's quoted it 17,000 times, and he's like, "Yeah, that's page 9 of my commands sorted."
Page.
I'm on to page 8, so then I was...
So yeah, they did mention 12.7, customs expansion, and the Shoreline boss is two things that they're going to be adding. It was disappointing to not have the customs expansion in this current patch, but that's one thing about this current patch. Like, that's one thing I wanted to touch on. Although I don't like being negative, that's one thing that we didn't get in this patch is any new content. It's the same rinse and repeat stuff. The Find and Raid change is nice, but it hasn't changed anything really for me anyway. I mean, yeah, it's like I keep saying, it rewards survival, but for the most part, it hasn't really changed anything.
Did they say, those pictures that they released, did they say where they were for? Were they the customs
Reserve.
expansion or... Oh, it was Reserve?
Yeah, they're expanding the underground tunnel section.
Ah.
Probably what's going to happen is like the underground tunnels is probably all going to connect up, because at the minute you've got like doors that lead to nothing, and I always look down there and think the whole underground could connect all the way from Armored Train all the way over to Pawn. That could all connect, and that's probably what it's going to be. I love that tunnel set. Some of the best fights I've had in Tarkov full stop have been in those tunnels. And one thing I do want to touch on is sound, but one thing I was talking about, like shots in those tunnels with loud weapons. Later on, when we have the Steam modules Steam audio modules that focus on indoor and outdoor suppression, and it's going to be interesting. On that note, who's using Steam audio? Who isn't using Steam audio? Thoughts on the current audio? It's shit, in my opinion.
I'm not using Steam Audio.
Nope.
I can't do it.
I am, and I've trying to kind of forced myself to stay with it just to learn
Right,
it.
shield
If I'm being
banger
honest
scabs.
with you, and I'll be honest with you, the only thing I like it. So there's three things. I like it because I think the environment sounds, in terms of the thunder and lightning, the rain, everything it's superb. I think it's spot on. I just cannot do directional sounds. Like, for me, the most common one is sitting in domes, and I'm like, is this guy on the same level as me? Is he below me? Is he above me? I actually don't know. And I struggle. I can't tell.
So I
Your
have
headset
kind
going
of
on.
I have the opposite experience, actually. Directionally, I've been doing better with Steam Audio on than I ever was before. Like,
Me too.
there was a raid I had on Shoreline recently where I was literally just walking along some hills, and I heard a single footstep about 30 meters away from me, and I knew exactly the direction, exactly his location. I spun around and point fired him straight off the bat, just from a single footstep, and I could never have done that pre-Steam Audio. Like, I never would have had that definition. However, saying that, the occlusion with Steam Audio is horrific at the moment. I don't know if you guys have seen the shipping containers. Those of you that have still used Steam Audio, if someone's one side, like if you're one side of one of those big shipping containers and someone's walking, no matter what surface they're walking on, the other side of it silence. Nothing.
Yeah.
You can't hear a thing.
That's why I turned it off. It's like the directional sound is great, but I have two occasions where a person suddenly was standing right in my face, and that's not good enough. It's like inside and outside, and the occlusion is not there yet, but there's a lot of good parts about it in terms of the direction, I feel like.
That was my third point. There was that, and for me, it's sitting atop of in tech light interchange, and then there'll be 2 or 3 people running up the escalators, and you won't actually hear them until the last four
The last step
footsteps.
at the top of the
Yeah,
escalator.
the last 2 or 3 footsteps, and you're like, well, why didn't I hear them down there on these giant metal staircase, you know? And then they're in your face before you know it.
And then you're dead.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I have it off, is just because of like up and down sound. Yeah, like I don't.
It's one thing that I've said. This patch, like when it comes to new content, new features, and things like that, I don't mind there being delays. Like with this whole patch as well, but there was a big delay. One thing that I always commend BSG for is putting out patches that don't break the game, and to keep, because obviously we're still in a beta state, so to speak. It's still early access or whatever. So to have it playable and then work on new content is big. This was the first feature or patch where I felt I can't just power through it, and I can't just lump it. And we do 10 bug reports a day, to try and help them fix it. But this is the first time where I've like just turned around and said, no, I'm gonna have to switch off Steam Audio. I can't actually do it. It's to the point of almost being unplayable for me personally, in terms of inconsistencies. So that's my experience from it. But like I said, a lot of people are having their own different views on it, but I don't know whether it's dependent on your own IRL headset setup or your own, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, but there's so many inconsistencies, more than ever. Like, I get that the directional sound is good when it works, but the inconsistencies is what have been getting me with Steam Audio, and I'm trying to figure out whether it's not just with Steam Audio, but the whole audio in general at the minute, because I'm still getting the odd times now where on labs as well, there's people above you or below you who sound like they're on your same level, like you're saying with dorms as well, reserve. It's far too many inconsistencies. I'm trying to figure out if it's a thing with Steam Audio or just the audio in general at the minute. And again, yeah.
I think it is partially the audio in general, because I mean, I don't know if you guys have probably experienced it. I imagine Trip has definitely experienced it a whole bunch of times. But when you're on the lower level of the central mall section of interchange, if you're standing directly beneath the balcony of the level above, then you hear footsteps on that balcony as if they're right next to you.
Yeah.
That's always really like got me.
That's the same thing that Phil was talking about too in dorms. If you're on second floor and there's somebody underneath you, it sounds like somebody is literally inside you. Like you're like looking around mindlessly, like, where the fuck is this guy? But in all reality, he's literally a floor below you. It's like, okay.
It's like being in Mantis and hearing the glass outside of Jacob and Jacob being crushed, and you're like, well, there's no glass here.
True.
The audio is just broken entirely, because I struggle with the interchange escalators, and I've tried it both ways. And on the main floor, I can hear people run across like the second floor, no problem. But if I'm on the second floor, I can't hear them on the first floor. So I think it's just overall. But realistically, I think they shouldn't have gave us a choice. They should have said, this is the audio profile we listen to or we use, and that's it. Because now we just have an extra dynamic that one situation someone might have an advantage over another, and the more options they put out there, the less competitive the game is ever going to be, because it's not similar profiles.
I think it's not a point of advantage disadvantage. I think because it's an experimental implementation of Steam Audio module, they wanted people to have that option. You can opt in, opt out. It's like having test servers and public release servers. There's like an opt-in, opt-out thing. Here's this thing. There should be a disclaimer on it. Here's this thing. It's experimental. We're testing this. If you want to opt in and help us fix it and test it, then enable it. If you don't, then disable it. So that's why, for me, I really did want to keep it enabled and bug report and give them as much feedback as possible in terms of fixing it. But it got to the point where it felt broken. So I couldn't actually physically, it was either stop playing the game or turn that off for me. That seemed that was the choice that I had. So
I mean, I feel like even the old audio that we had before is even different than what it was like last wipe. I definitely think there's changes to even just the regular audio.
rain, just get rid of rain as well, please. Just delete Y on rain. Rain.mp3 BSG, please just delete that.
It's so obnoxiously
Oh my
loud.
God. Like it stressed me out. So like the other day I was like, all right, I've got my goal was Peacekeeper quests. I want to get my PMags for my filter trade. I've got 10 Peacekeeper quests left on Shoreline. We could bang them out. And that rain was like literal. It was like getting waterboarded. Like my ears are ringing after every single raid. I ended up going back to labs after 3. Phil, what topped it off for me? Phil finds a blue key card in the first raid. That made me even more salty. I died to a speedy boy. Like labs has been clean. I've been banging on about clean labs for the last 2 weeks. The first speedy boy I run into was on Shoreline, and I'm like, all right, I'm back into labs. I'm done. And I sat in labs for the rest of the day. I hate the rain.
Hey, when you get your Go XLR, you can just turn that slider down, bro. No more rain for you.
I literally on my mixer, I was playing without game audio, and it's the only way it was bearable. My ears were actually ringing at the end of. I was relieved to die at the end of the raid because my ears were just like, oh, rain, go away.
Every
You
raid
guys,
yesterday was rain.
It was, yeah.
You guys seen
Wait,
the
I didn't
new
play.
technology that's come out from Logitech, the radar tech?
No.
So
Not familiar.
Logitech have brought out this experimental driver
I
software.
like it when
basically,
it's in the game blue,
that
but when
is a
it's
little
really
menu that you
loud.
put up on your other monitor or whatever, and it basically shows like a submarine radar sort of like dish, sort of like screen with distances, and it's all in like green wireframe, right? And it literally takes the audio files that are going the packets that are being sent to your hearing, and interpolates them in distance and stuff, and it comes up showing you footsteps on this radar
What?
distance away from you and stuff. Yeah.
Bitter
And apparently-
radar hacks.
That's called
Because-
hacks, mate.
No, because it's literally just the audio information that the game is feeding you. It's not determined as a hack because it's not taking real data from the game of their position. It's just interpolating the audio that you're being sent anyway.
That's what the updates were for this week with the encrypted packets on launch. Like that's why it took so much longer with everything spinning, because it encrypts each raid before you ever deploy to try to prevent the radar.
Yeah, it seems like that they've had a big hit on the actual radar cheats that people are using. Encrypting packets has had a big hit on that. But this, I've not come across that. That sounds...
Broken.
Yeah.
Sounds super broken.
I mean, it could be a tool for somebody that's deaf.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That's it.
I think that's, yeah, I don't think that should be allowed unless you have like, yeah, if you're deaf, I'd say that would be pretty lit. I mean, that'd at least give them an opportunity to,
Yeah.
like, at least know.
No doubt. I think the people who'd use that are the same people who have on-screen crosshairs and stuff.
Yeah, true.
But that's interesting. I mean, no doubt it's interesting. It's a cool bit of tech. I'd be willing to like see what it's like. I'd want to. I want to see that how it works. Honestly, it sounds cool, but I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing. Like in terms of using it, it's definitely like a nice bit of tech. Like in terms of, yeah, I don't know. It's a mixed feeling. Every time I think about it, that feels a bit gross, but at the same time, it's an awesome thing that they've managed to do.
I feel like Rob wants to talk up on the Steam audio.
Yeah, so do I. I think he's got a big input.
Yeah.
I'm finding it the best it's ever been, to be honest. It's not costing me any deaths or anything like that. And for a map like Interchange, normally when you spawn, say, at Ultra Car Park, and you hear gunshots in distance, you think, right, they're on that side of the map. But now, I could think, right, he's spawned at Emacom, he's on the mid fence, and he's going that way. I can pinpoint straight away as I spawn in. Could never do that before.
Speaking of Interchange, killer spawning with tier 3 armor, tier 4 armor. What's that about?
Dog shit.
Oh shit.
Stupid.
Hey, guess what? I get free gold, Nick boy.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't understand. It's like I don't understand the thought process behind it, because killer's meant to be a one-man army. He's meant to be a tank. And if the problem is that people are killing him and farming gear off him, the main thing that people are farming off him is the ammo, and to make him easier to kill. I don't understand it. I'm missing the point completely with that. I haven't heard their side of it, why they've done it, or what the story is behind it, but I'm not a big fan.
You can make 250k off his ammo.
Yeah.
You make
And then-
150 off his helmet. You can make between 150 and 200 off his armor, and then you make
And
the
then
labs
his
key
mags
cards. And this
are
is 180.
60k each, and he has 4
Yeah.
of them, so 240k off his mags.
He's a million ruble boss.
Million rubles.
Plus whatever's in his pockets as well.
Mhm. Potentially a red key card, violet. I don't know what all spawns on him, but yeah.
That's
It's a
another.
million rubles.
That's another discussion. I did want to go like. I feel like I'm waffling too much myself, but I want everybody's opinion on this in general. People keep talking about blocking labs and reserve in terms of quest progression early on, and the reason why I don't agree with it. Labs isn't profitable in terms of the gear at the minute. Like raiders aren't dropping slicks anymore. The amount of raids that I've done in labs, I'm getting close to 100 now at least. I've not seen a single slick drop off a raider. 995 isn't on those M4s anymore. I've seen 1, 2 maybe in that new M4 that I've dropped 20 rounders of 905. So, although yes, surviving labs you make money. 133 shotguns, I've banged on about them a lot. The 870s, you can make money off those as well. The real money early on in terms of like end game gear is Rashala and his boys. You get Alton, you get BT, you get modded AKs, killer. There's what the point I'm trying to make is like level locking or locking labs early on to stop that progression isn't gonna slow down people who play labs. And I just want everybody to go. We'll go around. We'll start with Ontorius. Your opinion on that, because it seems to be in every single discussion or podcast that comes up is people who don't play labs want labs taken out of the game or taken out of early game. So I don't know your opinions on it.
No, I definitely don't think they should lock it. You shouldn't force people to play the game a specific way ever, I don't think.
I think that goes back to what I was saying before about funneling. It's about choices. Some people choose to quest, some people choose not to. And the map choice as well is another progression. I think just because you don't enjoy a map doesn't mean it should be locked. Like, should we lock Factory because I don't play it? I don't know.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
I'd like
that's
to
it.
see some quests on reserve and labs, personally.
That's what we need. That's why every time I go through those tunnels, I'm like, I want quests to bring me here and drop like an item somewhere in these tunnels or have some sort of story or lore. The only reason why you go to reserve on quests is kill Glukar and get those tank batteries. They're the only two. If we had quests on there, it would just be so much better. But
Embarrassingly, I said this to Ian last week that I hardly played reserve at all, and it wasn't until Pesty did the red. Was it red? What the tournament?
Code Red, yeah.
Code Red, yeah. They Code Red, and he was doing the money runs and stuff like that, and he was going down in this underground system. I'm like, what the fuck's that? What's
Yeah.
reserve? Like 2 months. The map's been out 2 months, and I didn't even know the underground tunnels existed. Like,
So in terms of the labs front, actually, because I'm not a labs player, the people here that I have played labs with will will confirm that. But I don't think labs should be locked, and I actually don't think labs is the problem. I think reserve is the problem, and the reason for that is you can't scav into labs. Labs costs 180k to get into. However, reserve you can scav into, and if you're lucky, you can wander up on Gluhar and his boys, or even wander up on Train Raiders, get yourself a bunch of like end game kit, and walk out and then slap it on your PMC with absolutely zero risk to yourself.
I think the main issue, like, although it's not a problem, like I see it as an issue, but I don't see it affecting the wider economy or the wider player base. Scavving in on reserve, I don't know what the number limit was on the scav. It just feels like a never-ending like wave of scavs on reserve. I think early as a PMC, the main challenge is extracting as a PMC on reserve. So that's one kind of like blocker they've got in place, is actually getting out that map as a PMC. It's either you stick around to the last minute, get the train out, or you drop your bag and go out through the manhole, or you run the risk of running back and forth for that button. So I as annoying as it is, I like the fact that it's difficult to get out reserve. early on as a PMC. Obviously, later on you can get Red Rebel, but that's Jaeger 3, and that's, you know, a 1 in a 100 drop or whatever on Sturman. But it's definitely scavving in is the issue. I don't know. I feel like scavs needs to be changed in how they work, to be honest with you. But that's we can go on to that. I don't know other people's opinions on that. Trip, any thoughts on that?
I can't scav into reserve.
Yeah.
The wait times for me to get in are hella long, like 10 minutes to get in as a scav. And my ADD is just too bad to sit there in the lobby to wait to go in as a scav.
In what
But
way
when
did
you
they do,
make it,
bro?
it's so easy. The scav extracts are too many, and the
Mess
player
with pattern and stuff?
player
Yeah, I
extracts are
guess,
just
but
not possible
not enough.
early on. So you literally go in with the scav, you spawn in, and it's kind of you're free to do whatever. But as a player, it's kind of I don't know. I try to not go there.
Going back about the labs thing,
Mhm.
I found like 4 slicks the first like 3 days of wipe, but since then I have not found a single slick. I don't even barely find Gen 4s. Like, I don't.
I think the people who got in there like first couple of days, they had the old loot tables. That's what it feels, because I watched I watched you and I watched a lot of other people who got into labs early, and it felt like, you know, early, like when slicks got first added, that drop rate of getting 3 every wipe or whatever, 3 every raid.
Yeah.
That's not there anymore. But yeah,
I've done like 50, 60, 70 raids on labs probably this wipe. I don't know. Maybe a little lower. I don't know. And the last week and a half, I haven't seen a single slick. You find a Gen 4 every 5, 6, 7 raids.
what did I miss?
Yeah, I don't. And all the raiders really, you'll get like one TX raider, maybe an SR25 raider, and then all shotgun raiders. Like, they don't spawn with what they used to last wipe, that's for sure. I guess they have a potential to spawn with those items, but they just don't.
I feel like the complaints about labs is a little bit unjustified. It's more people that don't know that much about the whole system of the economy in Tarkov in general and how it changes. Like when the found in raid status was announced, it was pretty obvious to me that the gunsmithing parts were going to be a huge income. So people complaining about that, oh, but you cannot get access to Gen 4s and whatnot. Yeah, I can. But the only thing you need to do the same is get to level 10. You need to find an X400 flashlight, sell it for 100K on Flea, and you got yourself a Gen 4 as well. It's not that difficult. But I think what they are angry about is that, okay, you can go in and kill them. But yeah, but it still takes some amount of skill and knowledge to be able to get that raider and get out of it. So I don't feel like there is use to locking labs, but reserve, on the other hand, I have said since last wipe, has been way too imbalanced map in terms of loot. You can make so much money there by just doing my problem with it is that you can go in and out in 5 minutes and you can make 1.5 million easy on just looting fucking toolboxes if you want to. It's a very simple map to earn money on. And I honestly don't think it should be possible to scav on that map at all, because it's too good to scav on it. And that's why, like Trip is saying, the queue to get into the map itself is so incredibly long, because there is no use to scav on any other maps.
Yeah,
if you're going in to make money, then why would you
reserve,
go any other map
simply.
than reserve?
Yeah, I've had people come in my chat and be like, yo, I've been in this queue for 45 minutes for reserve scav. Is there anything I can do about it? I'm like, bro, I don't scav into reserve, so I have no fucking idea. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you gotta go to interchange scav now. Doesn't matter if you got a sniper rifle or what. You have to go there because you just can't get in and reserve anymore.
Yeah.
I know Antorius loves reserve. Any pearls of wisdom on that one?
Absolute worst map. I don't touch it at all. So, bro.
I'm with you on that one, Antorius.
I still remember the first time that we got Antorius to go reserve, and he spawned in train depot, and just nonchalantly just wandered around past bunkers towards marked room, walks up to the front door of marked barracks, and then dies. And he's just like, "What the fuck is that? Why is there a guy there?" It's like, it's fucking
silly.
marked room.
Good times, good memories.
I don't do scav runs anyway, so this queue time, I don't see that part of it.
I just scabbed in right here while we were talking. Just
I
ran
think
through
Trips
interchange.
I think Trip Scav was the first to hit level 40, honestly.
Dude, my scab's a beast, dude. I just load them up. I run the back of interchange, in and out real quick. Whatever's
Gale
not
Games,
bolted
thanks for the
down, I
host, though.
take, and keep on going. I mean, I play a lot of fives, so if I'm waiting for people,
Yeah.
it's an easy just kill the time versus sitting there in stash.
I swear there's people who just play scavs religiously. Like, there's times I can never catch a play scav. They're fucking speedy boys, man.
I think my scav stress resistance is higher than my PMCs, because all I do is get on a scav and I start jumping off shit to see how far I can survive before I die. while my friends are in raid after I die, that's literally what I do.
I'm trying to think what else we had.
You know, our podcast has a really nice picture.
Oh, the socks. I'm sure you can get your own. I'm surprised.
Honestly, best socks around.
I was expecting a 6-pack for £15, but it's fine. I'll take the 1 pair.
You're not fucking getting 6, mate. Couple hundred.
Wu-Tang is the best.
Thanks for the host.
Hey, listen, all right. If you saw the profit margin thing, ain't worth.
It takes him a month to ship them out as well. Nice one.
Trust.
Imagine plugging £15 socks and getting a 2p kickback.
Easy, innit? 2p's 2p, mate.
Easy, Fredo.
Imagine buying any merch that isn't TPO.
Imagine buying TPO.
Shut up, Aero. When are you getting yours?
Did you ship to?
No, I was laughing because what you did. You said, "Imagine not buying TPO, only TPO," and you just like, "Yeah, exactly."
Is that a TPO shirt you got on, Rob?
Inflation.
It isn't, no, mate. Sea Shepherd.
Oh.
Wow, imagine not repping your own brand.
I mean, there's a massive banner behind me. So.
I mean, I
Your
won't
fat
mind.
head's covering it though.
I won't mind just you. You know?
Proper glad I came on.
Has anyone else noticed that the RPK is now the new meta?
Oh yeah, it's broken as hell. It's there's no recoil. There's no recoil.
You literally put a long barrel on it, an HKE1 stock, and it's a 46 recoil gun. Just with long barrel, PWS, HKE1. So you spend 50k for the gun, 15k for the barrel, 10k for the stock, 10k for the muzzle, and it's literally 46 recoil. Laser beam.
I'll take your opinions on it in a sec. We'll go around again. But again, with this whole VSS, I feel like... Okay, so RPK at the minute from Prappa's what, 60k?
Yeah.
VSS and Vowels are like 200k. I feel like the RPK is definitely more effective, and it's a more fun gun to use, no doubt. 545. But getting good ammo for it, you do have to spend the money. It's not as readily. It doesn't feel like it's readily available. How much BT can you buy off Prappa? I forget. It's 900 rubles around.
I think it's 150.
Yeah.
150.
This is the thing that I'm keep going back to. It's like I don't like the fact that high pen ammo last wipe was so readily available. Everybody was running high pen ammo everywhere. But this wipe, it feel like you have to kind of make a choice every single raid. You're like counting how many bullets you've got. This might just be me, but I don't like using the flea market and paying 2,000 rubles a round. So I'm kind of like rationing myself when it comes to ammo compared to last wipe. Again, your opinions on this? You can.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm using so many different guns at the moment. It's like I'm running low on M80, M62 right now. I have to let the SA rest for a couple of hours. I'll move over to an AKM, use some BP. I think it's amazing.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like finding ammo and raid is more important now as well, which I love. Like, I haven't bought BT yet this wipe because just doing Peacekeepers tasks on Shoreline, like I'd find 3 or 4 120 round BT boxes in the Shoreline rooms while I'm looting through Resort. and I just walk out with it, and I'm sorted for the next few raids. Right? I've been loving it.
I've been finding a lot of hot rods and just trading it for BS ammo.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I've been getting my ammo, is just the BS trades. And like, you go into interchange. I feel like almost every time I go into interchange, Kill is
Kill,
there,
kill.
and he's pretty much free now. You just shoot him once in the thorax, he dies. So like, you just get a gold nick from there too. I don't think it's that hard to get it.
Anyone feel like a Golnick's been overpenning more than it was last wipe though?
Yes.
I feel like
that's what I was
it's
saying.
yeah.
I think it's broken. Like the amount of gold nick I've been using, and it just bouncing off people's level 3, level 4 helmets, and it's just like, it reminds me of APSX, where it just bounces off helmets every bullet, and it doesn't make any sense.
I'm that much of a potato. I can't figure out whether it's me missing my shots or whether it's just general hit reg. But definitely there's something wrong with it at the minute. I don't know whether it's the hit reg in general. Any sort of high pen ammo. I'm using M4s and I'm expecting to one tap scavs and it's not happening. So I'm mag dumping everything now just to make sure. I don't know. It's a weird hit reg thing. I don't know whether it's hit reg or whether it's overpen. I can't figure it out, because there are times you go on your post raid report and you can't make sense of the numbers. It's like you fired 180 shots and how many of them hit? I don't know. It's like weird damage numbers. I can't make sense of it.
I've also had a 75 out of 75 Gen 4 and gotten one tap by T45M through through a Gen 4.
Yep.
And then another thing is I've also gotten hit with an M61 bullet in the thorax, and it did 2 Dura to my armor, 1 Dura to my thorax with M61. Like, it makes no sense sometimes. I don't understand.
Yeah, I got one tapped through a slick to the thorax with M80.
Same.
Yeah. I've seen that too. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Apparently it's a hack.
I got so fucking pissed.
It wasn't a hack, because Iron killed the guy right after, potatoed fully on Iron. I just got hit with 1 bullet with T45M through my Gen 4.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I was trying to figure out that raid. I've got the recording there, because after Aero died, so recently, I don't know if this is a thing. Like, I didn't want to talk about it, but when Aero and me have been dying to cheaters, there's been a lot of people who come into the chat and say, "Oh, we just watched you die in a Discord call on video. It was so funny." And the same thing happened that raid. After Aero died, 3 kids came into the chat and were like, "Get out to Hacker. We're watching him on Discord." And I'm like, I'm just gonna stay and try and kill him just because you said that. I'm not leaving. And I kill him, and he's got T45 and an AKM. But he got one tapped, and I saw it happen. I've got the recording, and it's very, very strange. There is a thing that Aero was talking about at the time in terms of damage stacking. I don't know if there's a cheat where they can mag dump. We'll only see 1 bullet get shot, but it will register on the server as 30 bullets. So I don't know whether that was a thing or not, but it was definitely
Because if you think of face shields,
yeah.
Like, how many times have you had a face shield shatter?
Well, the face shield shattering is, sorry to cut you off there, that's kind of placebo. I've tested this a few times. If your face shield gets zeroed, there's a visual effect where there's a shattering and it feels like you get hit with 6 bullets at once. That's when your face shield gets zeroed.
You're going to have to get hit with a number of bullets for it to zero, though.
Well,
No, certain bullets can.
It's only 40 Jura. Like even
Yeah.
the multi hit is just 40 Jura and it's level 3. So something like even at times 995. Yeah, even at times like 995 will. It depends on the base damage as well. Actually, something with high base damage, anything over 40 base damage with level 3, we'll do that. And it's a visual thing where 1 bullet. But it's only when you die. I don't know. It's a weird one because I've had my face shield zeroed when I'm alive and it not do that. So I don't know.
If someone just mentioned something that I think would help that to, at least if we get a report system, like the kill screen, if you see like how many bullets hit at the same time. So if you see that you get 1 tapped, but it says that you get hit by 5 bullets, you know that something is up, you know.
The ones that have sketched me out is when you die and it looks like your face shield's been zeroed, right? Because you just get the immediate shatter. But you go back in and you review that clip or whatever, and you play it back in 0.25 speed, and then you see it happen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like individually, and then shatter.
Yeah.
That's when I go, okay, yeah, he was a hacker. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got one.
Go on.
What do we think about everything being able to be crafted in Hideout, like the
Oh, it's a little rubbish.
VPXs and
It's
stuff?
a little rubbish. Although, like, I'm going to rant again. I feel like I'm talking too much here. Sorry if I am. I'll go first, and I want everybody's opinion on it because I think we've all experienced it. Actually, do you know what? Let's start with Birdley because he's the one who got Kappa first, and it's basically quest items that everybody been banging on about, screaming on Reddit and Twitter. I can't find this. I can't find that. Give me a craft, and that's what the reason why we've got it now. But Birdley, what's your opinion on it?
I was honestly happy about it because I tried to distance myself from where I'm in the game or where we are in the game that have played it a lot. And I know that it's a big barrier for new players to venture into labs. So for them to venture into labs to find a found in raid vertex, okay, you can argue that you can find them on reserve as well. And I get that. But in all honesty, I think that was very healthy, especially because Peacekeeper tasks are locked behind that, which I feel is very unfair to a player that has to go in there, deal with cheaters, put his economy basically out there, like lose a lot of money just because of those two items. So I feel that it was a good change, but I'm also open to hear like why it shouldn't be. But I felt like it was needed for the casual player base to get those items to be craftable.
I mean, it also costs them 10, 15, 20 million rubles to get to the point to unlock it in their hideout. So,
yeah,
I mean, it's kind of like a money sink that way, too. They're still spending the money. They're just not having to go into labs.
Yes.
And it takes 3 days or 36 hours to make it.
Exactly.
So they at least made it so it's not instant. Because I'm making them right now.
Yeah.
I can't find them. I'm making them right now.
I think for the likes of the Vertex and the VPO, which are like 36 and 48 hours respectively to craft, and the level of work that you need to do to get there to get them to be able to craft, I'm all right with them being in.
Agreed.
What I think's a bit silly is you look at the laboratory and the toilet now. Why are we making 60 round mags, and why are we making scav backpacks, and why are we what's with that? I don't understand why we're doing all that.
Agreed. Ontorius,
I think-
your thoughts before we jump to Timo? Sorry.
Yeah, it's like they're putting it on baby mode. I mean, I understand for the casual player who can't play it like we play it for what 10, 12 hours a day, but the 3M armors. I mean, if you're struggling to get them out of raid, it's a hardcore shooter. It's supposed to be a hardcore, not like Fortnite.
Shots fired. Sorry to cut you off, Tim. Go on.
No, all good, all good. I think in terms of the lavatory crafts at the moment, from what I've heard from podcasts way back now, actually, they're planning on adding new workstations to the hideout in another hideout overhaul sometime down the line. And those crafts that are currently in the lavatory and in
the problem with the
in
60
other
rounders
places where you think
is the
doesn't
fact
really
that
make sense are going to be planned to be moved into other new workstations later down the line. They're just they're using the lavatory as
having too many quest
we're getting these
items
crafts in now
craftable
before we update the hideout,
especially
sort
the
of
early
thing.
ones. We're not really a fan of it.
On the Vertex and
backpacks kind of
RFID
whatever,
crafts and stuff,
yeah.
as probably this call's only main absolute.
Isn't there 60 rounders that you need finding raid? I forget. No, there isn't.
I'm fully in support of the crafts. However, I would also be willing to trade
They're purchasable after the quest
for to get the crafts removed in exchange for vertexes and RFIDs being very rare spawns in tech loot locations across all of the maps.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I feel like they realised that it was impossible to find them in raid in a normal amount of raids without going labs back to back for like a week to find just like an RFID or whatever. So they thought, here's a quick solution. We're just adding a trade or a craft. And that's how it sort of felt like, that every day someone moaned about something and they just added it in.
I don't think it was really the problem of finding them in labs, so a lot of people don't like doing labs, but it was the fact that I would get one, and then I would get shot in the head 85 times by some kid with, I don't know.
SKS PS rounds.
Yeah, and then just return to my stash with a non-found in raid one. Like, I found so many, but I just couldn't get out with them alive. Like,
so my 2 cents on it all in terms of the craft, I'm talking specifically here about the wireless transmitter and the Vertex as being craftable for the quests. I'm not a big fan of it even to a certain degree, although it helped me a bunch, the flash drive quest with Intel Center Level 2. The reason being is, like, the whole point of those quests is go into a raid and find that item and bring it back to me. The fact that you can just, although it is a big money sink for the hideout and a big time spent, the fact that you can just avoid that by sinking money into it, it just feels a bit of a cop out. You might as well at that point just say to him, "Give me 5 million rubles." Do you know what I mean? Have it as a money sink that way, because the underlying issue is that, I don't know, people aren't raiding and looting. I don't know. I just like the aspect of the quest where it sends you into a raid to get a specific items and get them out. Just to have that bypassed with, like, with a money sink, just feels a bit wet. And the fact of the matter is, people are always going to get around that by farming money. That people are going to, if this is the case next wipe, and people aren't down for the grind, they're just going to be like, "Oh, let me farm money for the first week, upgrade my hideout, and then wait the 36 hours for the craft." And I don't know. Although again, it's all about choices and how you want to play the game. I'm not a huge fan of it. Maybe, possibly, and this is my last point on it. Maybe make the craft with items that are found in raid. I don't know whether that's a thing or not. Possibly, I don't know.
That was definitely one of the things that was my immediate, like, oh, this is how you fix it, right? But then I was trying to think of a reason why that would work within the game other than literally just being a progression stopping measure, right? Because I understand why quests require found in raid, because it makes sense, right? The quests are asked to find the items in raid, but with the crafting, it doesn't make sense for you need to find it in raid. But then maybe, frankly, should we just get rid of the flea market? Can we just do that? Like, force players to trade in raid again and stuff. Hey, but maybe something along those lines. Maybe found in raid crafting is what needs to be, or maybe make flea market barter only. You can't buy things with money on flea. You can trade items for other items on flea. That's it.
I know on Taurus is one that agrees with me. Just delete Y on the flea market.
100%. That'd fix so much shit instantly.
Yeah, I've been saying that since they implemented the flea market, that I don't think this game has a place for it, but that's me.
Like the thing you were doing, the shotgun parts, that you could sell that for $500,000. It's just, it's so broken. I mean, if you did that every day, all day, you'd be on, like, what, 100 mil already?
Well,
the thing is that it doesn't make any sense. There's a barter from level 1 mechanic to get it for 2 HDD drives.
The thing that I was
30K.
The thing I was so torn about it was, and the reason why I showed Pest and I told him 2 or 3 times to mention it on his stream, or that's why he put the tweet out about it, because the first time I told him about it and I showed him the screenshot, I was like, just made 4.5 mil in 3 labs raids selling these shotgun parts. And he was like, well, there's enough tutorials out there on how to do these gunsmith quests effectively early on. Those people are dumb. Make the most of it while you can. And then a week later, I was like, still going on. And people still haven't, hasn't twigged with them. They're still trying to do Gunsmith 1, and they're still paying 500k for shotgun parts. I think that's all down to people's lack of game knowledge. But
yeah, and that's where I think you're on to something about the whole actually finding the item in raid for the task, because I think there's a lot of workarounds right now where you can just do things with money, where you're just skipping big parts of the game and the content that's already there. But I think what they did with the verdicts is something that was needed due to the amount of hackers that are in labs right now. And you're kind of forcing a casual player to go into a situation he is not choosing to even be in, just to progress. So instead of making it a craftable item, just make another spawn for it. It's just that forcing a player into a hacker central is not a cool thing to do, in my opinion.
True. Philbo, you need to make a transition with your cat's tail. Casually going across your screen.
There's been many a clip made or something like that.
How are you all finding auto EU servers then? Obviously,
Oh
ones
my
from EU.
God.
Or
They're good,
talk
aren't
about
they?
labs.
Never played on him. Don't you know about? I'm connected on Uganda 7 at the minute.
I know Rob has no idea what auto EU is. Nighttime factory,
Connected to Moon, me at minute.
Baghdad.
Connected to Moon.
So I had a raid recently that highlighted it perfectly. I was using a Saiga 12 gauge 20 slugs, and I was up against a Muslim boy with no armor whatsoever. I have made a meme video about this now that actually it's gone live, but he didn't die until the 19th thorax shot with AP 20 slugs with no ammo. I had to hit him in the chest 19 times before he dropped to the ground. That's how auto EU's going for me at the moment.
Were they registered hits on the post raid or?
Yeah, they were.
Interesting.
There was blood. There was registered hits on the post raid.
By
Apparently,
Blaze.
I did some
By Bay,
somewhere in the region
Dr.
of
Blaze. Thanks for the follow.
2,800
I
damage to
butchered
him
your name. I'm sorry.
before he died.
Sounds about right, to be honest.
I one shot his partner. Literally, the start of the fight, I literally just tapped the first guy in the thorax. He dropped dead straight off the bat, and then the second guy
We
took
got
19
toilet
one-shots.
paper in the drops, boys.
I was on the train yesterday leaving reserve, only I didn't leave. I stayed there bouncing up and down for 5 minutes with extract going over and over and over, only to all F4 and die in raid. So yeah, that's how reserve goes here.
I've still had the train bug, like where the train arrives like 6 times. It's a bit annoying, but yeah, that's the thing still.
Honestly, never play reserve.
I just say, just put that map in bin.
Thanks for the input.
Philbo, have you been remembering your armor into raids? To bring into raids.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a slick, by the way.
He's like,
Make sure you grab that.
Philbo, where's your armor? I'm wearing a slick. You're not wearing a slick. I am wearing a slick. You're not. Because this is after hour goes. I've just got one tap in the thorax. I don't understand. I wasn't wearing any armor. Yeah, mistakes happened. Okay, yeah.
He's wearing exfil, Mexican and Ford. He has no fucking armor on. Oh shit. Gets one tap by a shotgun raider.
I'm cursed with good gear this wipe as well, apparently. I've done 2 wipes where I've ran class 6. Sorry, two raids where I've run class 6. I had one raid I was wearing a slick
Scarvariant's
and a
coming over the
Wilton.
streets. I
The
hope
other
so,
raid I was
Connie.
wearing a
You
slick
don't
and an
realize how
exfil.
much I hope so.
The raid with the slick and the exfil, I spawned in, and 16 seconds in, I get one tap to the side of the head by an SKS with PS rounds. And then the next raid, I'm like, okay, let's do this again. That was just an off freak chance. About a minute and 10 seconds in, I drop one player and then die to being thoraxed by M80 in one shot with a slick on. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go back to class 4 gear and my trusty BP AKM, you know.
Bonzi, thanks for the follow.
We were kind of doing the same thing in labs. Like, we were running a bunch of labs raids back to back to back. And we were like, I was dying to raiders because I was using level 4 terrible armor. And I said, fuck it, might as well just throw on a slick and a Bastion helmet. About that time, I get in dome and just get triple headshotted through the dome. I'm like, okay, well, not doing this anymore. If you have slick on and a good helmet, be prepared to die, I'd say.
Having a couple of guys here who got Kappa and a couple of guys super close to Kappa, like, generally, what's the thought on, like, I'm torn between 2 places, right? Like, in terms of extending the early and mid game, I'd love that, but I like rewarding people who are efficient. Where's the middle ground with this? Like, you like three of you here, like Aero, Philbo, and Birdley. Like the number of times, like how many kappa runs did you do last wipe, Birdley?
5.
Yeah, and Aero reset his account 5 times. He hit 60. I don't know how many times. And you know, in terms of the quests, knows them inside out. So rewarding game knowledge, I'm all for that, right? But extending this early to mid game, like what's the general consensus and thoughts and opinions on this? Because obviously this comes from a place where we're 8 people who probably play the game too much, but at the same time, I feel like input from you guys is what makes the game better, you know, in terms of these little tweaks in quest progression and stuff like that. We'll start with Notorious. Why not?
Maybe raise. I mean,
Turbo
so
Nets.
max trade is level 40. Put that a lot higher. I feel should be like what, level 50, 60, not 40. It's dumb that as soon as you hit level 40, that's it. You've unlocked everything that you need for endgame.
On that point, that was one thing I was disappointed not to see. Nikita's talked about it a few times. There's meant to be trader rep level 5s coming in. I don't know when or where, but that I was expecting that this time around, honestly.
Soon.
I mean, definitely
yeah.
the grind shouldn't be 1 through 40 in my opinion. It should be, you should be grinding to accomplish something up to 60, I'd say. Like getting to 1 through 40 on an experienced player takes them 2 days, 2-3 days, like max.
Thanks for the follows,
Like
barbecue.
if you're just task grinding, being efficient, and I don't think you should be able to get everything unlocked within 2 to 3 days, even if you're playing super efficient.
Even
Yeah, like
prep at level 2.
The thing is with that though, all EOD players have got the instant advantage.
I mean, it doesn't really give you an advantage, like in my opinion, because yeah, you get Peacekeeper level 2, but you still got to find those flash drives like everybody else to be able to progress even farther through that. So, I mean, it
I
only
feel
gives
like-
you an advantage in Peacekeeper, and it's just a tiny advantage.
I feel like EOD gets a big boost with Jaeger, because obviously Jaeger
Oh,
hates
fuck,
you
I forgot
completing all other quests. So so you're constantly getting negative rep with Jaeger when you're completing other quests.
I've never
That
actually,
extra
yeah.
point too.
I've never paid attention to the negative rep. I see it on there, but it's never affected my choices. Apart from that one with the skier and therapist. That's probably the one. But at that point now, like everybody's done that many quests that it doesn't matter. Like when was the last time you actually paid attention to trader rep? That's one thing about EOD. I wish we had the ability, although we've like supported the game and paid the money, give us the choice to play on a standard account as a challenge. You know, have a standard,
Agreed.
even standard stash, standard traded rep. Give us an alpha container. Let us have a second a character that has standard, but that's a side point again. Anything to add on that, Nick and Philbo?
Don't they have, like, when you go to your stats screen, it's like you're supposed to be able to select a character. Like, it shows your character. Why can't they just add like another character slot for that? I don't know. Like, you have 2 characters on one account.
It's
depending on
the
what
main
you wanna
reason.
do.
Every sale that comes around, I buy a standard account. I end up giving it away because I'm like, I want to run a standard account. But in the back of my mind, I think, what if they bring in the ability and I've just wasted a bunch of money on a second account? So I end up buying one in the sale and giving it away because I'm like, rather than me use this, I'll give it away. But because I always think we're like, it's coming around the corner that we're going to have multiple accounts, because they've talked about it as well. But there's nothing confirmed of multiple characters on one account. I don't see why. I don't see it as a bad thing. Maybe there's some sort of manipulation or some sort of exploit where people could transfer stuff between 2 characters or something. There's obviously some reason why they're not doing it, but you know, it would be nice to see. Just give us even just literally the option of, we see you're in an EOD account. Do you want a standard stash, or you know, let us challenge ourselves to a certain degree.
There is, of course, Nikita spoke about it a long time ago, and as far as I know, this is still his plan. We've got the third faction to come in as well. We've got the UN,
profile page on the forum.
which is going to be a
I
playable
think
faction. Apparently,
I gave that away, Vonnie.
Nikita originally said that you were going to have.
Yeah, it gives you an extra key. I gave that to
a
a
bear
mate.
PMC and a UN PMC.
That was a long time
and
ago.
Scav, of course. That was originally his plan. He hasn't said that that's changed at all, but we haven't heard anything about it for a long time. But I'd love it, frankly.
Because of duping.
I'm still waiting for Broken English Bear, though. Really, that's the big thing.
Yeah, that's the reason I didn't pick Bear this time. I was going to go for it because they got better clothes, but I need my Hold Your Fire in labs. Honestly, it's for the memes. I need it. Have we lost Nick, or has he just turned his camera off?
I don't know.
No. I didn't want to say good riddance, but in a bit.
I'll sit it.
I'll sit there.
Anything on that one, Trip?
No.
Cool. Anybody want to sing a song? Actually, should we do? I was going to talk about it, but I kind of don't want to talk about it. Speaking of singing songs, DMCA music. I don't know, man. It's kind of depressing. I deleted nearly 100 clips the other day of just random stuff that was muted, and it was kind of, yeah, it was tough. Not gonna lie.
I deleted everything, every VOD.
I
every
can't do
clip.
it. I literally can't do it. I want to, but
I haven't.
there's so much there. Like, I don't know,
I
man.
just didn't want to
It's
take a
memories,
chance.
man.
Even just from, do you know, the week you did the charity event and we were all in labs together, there were so many clips that I had to delete, and I was laughing my ass off as I was watching them. I had to delete them. It's so gutting that they've gone forever. Sucks.
I haven't deleted any of mine, and I just can't get myself to do it.
Nah, I'm on the other side of the fence there. I'm not doing it. I think this is Twitch's responsibility. I'm not going to sit here and
Give
delete
us
my
one
shit
example,
just because
Vonnie.
they fucked up.
Let me just have a scroll up.
It's really simple for them to make something like, and it's about time they also stand up for their creators a little bit more and don't let any high power politic guy, whatever it is, like waltz over us like that. But I know that I'm probably one of the few that refuses to do it, but I'm still going to take my chances.
I am too. Yeah, I won't do it either.
There's a risk of, yeah.
It's like all the memories, dude. Like, why do we have to delete all our memories because of
Yeah.
that, man?
There's a loop. Well, there's a bunch of loopholes, right? So the important thing is that at the moment, especially with a lot of music labels or a lot of companies, we're fine actually streaming the music, because Twitch have got licenses for the live performance of the music already, right? And those licenses cover us. I don't know if any of you managed to watch the podcast of DJ Wheat talking to my lawyer friend, and they were talking about all the legalities of everything. There's a loophole at the moment. The reason that the DMCA's are being so effective on clips at the moment is because Twitch's licenses don't extend to recorded media. However, clips aren't monetized, right? For us, our clips are not monetized. And technically, if Twitch demonetizes our clips for Twitch, then they can't get taken down by DMCA notices. But currently, because Twitch themselves are still making money off of our clips and our VODs, even though we aren't, that's why we get hit by the copyright strikes, according to this podcast between DJ Wheat and my lawyer friend.
How are they making money off it? Like advertisement, pre-roll, or
ad revenue? Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I don't know. It's such a minefield for me that like every time I read into it, I get another bit of information that makes me think I'm wrong about everything every single time. So,
but like, this is what I mean. Where we're like, this is not our fucking responsibility. They make it look like it's the content creator's fault, but it's just a fucking click for them to fix it. And I feel like it's so unfair, especially to the major content creators that has been doing this for 5-10 years. It's their fucking life, and that's like the message they're gonna get them. Not 3 strikes and you're out. It's bullshit. I don't feel like it's fair to them at all.
the thing for me, like everyone keeps telling me, just delete your clips and you'll be fine, and delete your VODs. But it's like the first thing I do, like this is a little peek behind the curtain of how my mind works. If I see somebody's name that I'm not familiar with, the first thing I do is go watch their clips, their most recent clips, their most viewed clips, and you get a good feel for what their channel's about and what they're about. And I feel the same. People do that for me, and if I just delete that and people have got a blank slate to work with, how am I supposed to convey? You got the channel trailers, but that's just like you can chop together a minute of clips and you get a kind of a sense and a feel of what they're about, but you don't get the same. It's not the same, and on top of that, it's just, I don't know. There's too much. I've got too much sentimental value on some of those clips there from the early days and even recent ones as well. I don't know. It's not an easy fix, and I don't know. I don't see. it feels like there's an easy solution to this, but I don't know what the right thing to do is at the minute.
Do you know what clip I had to delete the other day?
Go on, not the one.
The one. It's gone.
Well, I've still got it. That's fine.
Everyone's got that downloaded anyway. It's
course.
never getting deleted permanently. But yeah, it's gone from the channel.
Imagine trying to delete something off the internet permanently.
I think we're quite lucky as Tarkov content.
Any
creators,
questions,
though,
Joe? Just post
in
them up,
this respect,
and
because,
I'm gonna get someone to make a note of any questions in
occasionally
chat.
Kings and Slush Puppy and the like. None of us.
I'll
have
show you
music on
Swift.
while
Don't
we
worry.
raid. So
Yeah.
all of our clips that are actually
I'll
of
get a
our
mod
epic,
or someone.
you know,
Vonnie,
1v5
you guys,
fights or
anybody
whatever,
else who
they're
need,
all safe, right?
who
They're all
feel
completely
you want
safe, and they're
questions
fine
put
to
into
keep.
everybody.
Because
Just
we've
post them
got
up, and
nothing
I'll make a note of them,
copywriting
and towards the
Whereas
end,
other streamers that say
we'll put
maybe
them
play
to
League of
everybody.
Legends
Sure,
or something,
we'll
and
take
literally have
questions.
music rolling from the start of the stream to the end of the stream non-stop, they're losing everything, right?
True.
It's a weird one because I don't understand it fully, honestly. What if you're playing something like GTA or Forza or FIFA or Need for Speed and there's music in the in-game music has a soundtrack? Does that still count?
They can claim it. Yes, it's so stupid.
I mean,
partially that's why GTA has all of their own music. They literally have all of the music that you find on GTA is licensed and made like in-house for them. But
apparently, a lot of bigger streamers are having problems with like VoIP too, and like people.
Well, that's what Forsen. There's a clip of Forsen saying music is the new N-word in his games because, like, you know, he's getting used to getting stream sniped in like Rust or whatever, Ark and stuff. People play stuff over VoIP. Literally, people are running up to him playing music and trying to get him, you know,
banned for that.
taken down. It's crazy, and it's working. It's crazy that it actually works.
No, and it feels like it feels very conservative in a way.
Am I ever
where,
going to be able to wear my bear cap backwards? Hopefully,
I
when
don't
they add beards into
understand
the
why
game, hopefully,
there couldn't be made like some kind of licensing towards us to be able to use it, because it's obvious that somebody who's averaging from 5 to 100 viewers is not going to cost a massive.
It's pennies. It's pennies and pence.
It is.
It
is. So if you could get a license that would be like paid accordingly to how big you are, I totally get it. If you stream for 40,000 people, there is some sort of problem with it, or a clip that gets viewed.
It's definitely possible. Like I've worked in like fast food places and like privately owned like chicken shops and stuff, and all you have to do is pay a license fee and you can play your own music over the speakers. It's like it's not hard to do. It's not hard to do.
The issue with the licensing is that it's being recorded and monetized. That is literally 100% of the issue. Is that the videos are staying about on the internet and are being monetized. So the licenses that exist already, such as the live performance licenses that Twitch already has, that allows us to play music freely on our streams, and you know, there's a billion different licenses out there. The problem is when it comes to being recorded and monetized,
I'll talk about them.
It
This
stops being a governmental
bit of a sore subject, honestly.
License that
some of the
covers
guys
all music,
in this chat,
and then suddenly becomes licenses that are provided
but
by
there is a
each
process that
organization.
Twitch have for selecting some
Twitch
people.
would have to get licenses
coming up
through
I've been speaking
thousands,
to
if not tens of thousands of companies
and
in order to cover all of the music that's being played
Dimitri
on Twitch.
as well, who's like community manager BSG in terms of this, but it's a bit tough because some of these lads here deserve
there's no
drops
legislation, there's no
and don't have
there's
them,
no higher
whereas
up level of licensing
big streamers
to cover that
it's a bit of a weird one,
if you go to famous adverts, right, like if you go to advertisement, people make these 1.5-minute long videos.
Birdley's going to have drops on the 21st.
They only have to pay a licensing fee to
it's all good. I was hoping that all of these guys would get drops, honestly, because I did speak to them, but they've got
thousands of content,
a weird selection process, and it's a bit of RNG
from so many different sources. It becomes a licensing.
I was really disappointed. Honestly, I kind of don't want to talk because
I just don't understand why.
I really wanted these guys
like here in
to
Cincinnati,
have drops.
we'll go to a restaurant. There's music playing.
It's a bit bittersweet for me and the guys that do have drops on the 21st
from a company like Muzak that provides them with the CD or whatever.
You can just see they've all got
play
passion for the game,
it's
and
all been paid on a subscription. That company has done all its legalities to make sure you have permissions to play it. I just don't understand why that's not an option for Twitch streamers to say, hey, here's $5 a month, put it up here. These are, you know, playlists that are put together. You guys can play them.
It is an
why
option.
that's not but it's not when you make money on it. So
no,
like,
it is.
Gotcha.
So if you go to the ASCPA and say I want to buy one of your master licenses, it's going to cost you around about $30 a month. And you will get access to 750,000 artists worth of music that you can use on your monetized videos and not fret about it at all. You go to Monster Cat, you can buy their gold, it's $5 a month. You can use any of their music on your monetized videos and you don't have to worry about it whatsoever. Like the licenses are there, but again, they're organization by organization. There's no umbrella.
Sure. Well, then what would then the can of worms be if Iron paid the $5 to Monster Cat, and tomorrow Twitch hits him with the copyright strike, even though he's paid the $5 without the purple check mark, without the hundreds of thousands of viewers? What rebuttal does a content creator have over Big Brother Twitch when it comes to something like this?
Twitch isn't the one issuing the copyright strikes. That's the big one.
Gotcha.
It's actually the companies themselves going in and issuing the DMCAs to Twitch, which Twitch just pass on to you. Twitch themselves, their content ID, doesn't issue copyright strikes.
But they just issued the ban based on the copyright strike.
And they have to to protect themselves legally, because it was like some kind of record union right now, United Record Union in the States, that issued this. And if Twitch does not give these strikes to users or don't ban them for their illegal procedures on stream, they would be in trouble legally. They have to pursue the creator that did it. So Twitch is kind of just doing their job, but at the same time, they could protect us more. It's not as hard as it sounds to like just mute our fucking clips. I don't see why that's a problem. As the issue is that it's being monetized by being uploaded on the internet.
Yeah, it'd be really easy, it seems like. As long as I don't have to listen to lo-fi or lo-fi or whatever the shit elevator music Iron listened to for 2 days was, I'm good. I'll find something else, but that music is not Tarkov friendly.
It's better than that generic wub stuff that you've got going on. You said you've been listening to that stuff in your car as well, man.
I've been bumping, driving. Dude. I got the windows down. I'm bumping. There's nothing.
I seen you busting out the moves in the loading screen, man. It's interesting.
You should have seen me dancing to Dance Monkey on Twitch the other night.
I did. I clipped it and sent it.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Bruh, that song's a banger.
Dance Monkey.
To give an example of the way things are going at the moment, especially with Solidarity, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows who KSI is.
Of course.
He is signed with the label Island Records, which is owned by BMG Rights. Okay, and BMG Rights is up there as a company that is as large as a Universal Media Group and Warner Brothers Music, which are the labels that are issuing 99% of the DMCAs at the moment. He literally went to his label and said, "Look, I don't want you putting DMCAs or copyright strikes on any of my music on Twitch for anything." And they came to an agreement eventually. It took a few days, but they came to an agreement, and now you can play any of KSI's music, regardless of how shit it is, in your opinion, without any fear on Twitch. And there are other artists doing the same thing. Perturbator is a great synthwave artist who's done a lot of things. If you go watch like Sequisha or anything, you can almost guarantee.
Lo-fi's good. Why are people shitting on my lo-fi?
Yeah, they're amazing.
They have come out and specifically said that anyone can use their stuff on Twitch. There's a lot of solidarity coming out from artists. The problem is not the artists themselves, but it's their labels. Now with KSI, because he was with such a big label, he had this fight to go through to get them to not DMCA his stuff. Smaller artists can easily just say, "Oh, we're not going to DMCA your shit," because they're either independently published or they're with a small label that does not got a legal team that's going to go around DMCAing. The problem is the big labels and their artists. It's very difficult for them to show solidarity in that sort of regard, because the labels essentially own them. The labels could turn around and say, "No, you're locked into a contract with us." Tough. So it's a big can of worms.
It's Yeah, the things like that do give me a bit of hope, but there needs to be bigger changes. Like these little, I call them little, but these artists approaching their labels and stuff. It's few and far between. There needs to be a bigger change for Twitch to actually change the culture. I don't know.
But that's like, I had a long talk with Crash about this morning about the whole DMCA shit. And what I feel like, we already, as content creators on Twitch live streaming, we have a lot of restrictions on us, like what we can say, what we cannot. Like we have to step lightly in a lot of ways. And to take away music that is such a big personality, or a thing about a personality for all of us, it feels like just another restriction piled on top of them. So it's this like system of repression that just keeps growing, and they can only do that until a certain level, until like the content creators will be too fed up, like people getting banned left and right for silly things or mistakes. I don't feel like it can continue the way it does. I get it now with the DMCA. There's a lot of legal issues and there's politics, but on Twitch's side, they need to get their shit together sooner than later, I think.
I'll speak to my publicist about mixer options.
Do that.
DLive? Is that still a thing? Do people stream on DLive?
Yeah, people still do.
Do they? We not to like blow my own trumpet, but we could be top 8 on DLive right now for Tarkov. Anybody check the numbers?
I think top viewers like 20.
Nice.
I mean, you could
Easy
probably
front page.
You could probably be top 5 on Mixer, bro.
Well, there's been a scam about everyone's been moving away from Mixer to Twitch.
What do you mean?
There was a trending hashtag on Twitter, something like dump Mixer or something like that. And when I was reading all the hashtags, there was a lot of Mixer streamers who have left Mixer who were partnered and have come to Twitch as affiliates to grind away, because Twitch is the only platform to look after variety streamers, whereas Mixer is very focused on the main game genres of like FPS games and such like that, and the main people who play them.
All right, thanks, Master. Thanks for hanging out.
Etc. Etc. So everyone just watches them, anyways.
Interesting.
Who?
It's because Mixer is covering the cost to those streamers, where Twitch, you earn it yourself from your own subs, your own bits, your own viewers. So if you were someone that played those shooter games or the majority of what people are looking for, then Mixer's the right fit. But if you want to play a game off the beaten path, then you're right. Twitch would be the way to get it, because you'd hopefully get subscribers that would support you for that game.
Do you know what? Sometimes, I feel like offenders, like, do you know the kids in the back of the room who pass around notes just to try and distract the teacher? That's what I feel like at the minute. Like, I feel.
Hey, have you seen what he's up to?
The reason I took the lid off my thing, right? If I've got, I'm gonna have to explain this now for you, right? If I've got the lid on this thing, all right, I'm gonna screw the lid back on. I actually have to recline in my chair to take a sip. If I've got the lid off, I can just swig it normally. So now he's taking the mick out of me for that now.
I
Yeah,
just wondered why
imagine
you
commenting on that. Someone drinks.
I was just wondering why, you have a lid that has a little thing for you to drink out of, and you've taken it off.
Because
now you've just got a big 17-inch hole.
Honestly, I like my drink being filtered through my tash as well. So I like dipping it in.
I like having the lines that come off after you finish drinking.
Yeah. I like to taste it 6 hours later. Just lick my lips and bit.
Hell yeah!
When it goes crusty.
Yeah, man, it's beautiful. Crunchy bits, like croutons in your soup, you know.
Going back to the whole music thing,
go on.
Has anyone seen? I saw it in Sequitious for the first time of the day. He had a viewing party where if you connected your Amazon account, you could all watch stuff that's on Amazon Video together. Now, surely they can do something like that with Amazon Music, so you can link your account.
Yeah,
it does.
there's a plugin that you can get on your Twitch right now. which is a Prime Music plugin, and you can set up a Amazon Prime playlist from the Prime, and then you hit play, and only people in your stream that have got the plugin activated and also have a Prime subscription can hear the music. Anyone else just doesn't hear
it requires them paying a monthly fee to Amazon as well for the Amazon Music.
Yeah, you have to have the Amazon Music, not just Prime, I think. Yeah.
But do you get Amazon Music with Prime? I think that's a
you don't. You get part of Amazon Music. You get about 30% of their library. You need to get Music Unlimited, which is an extra like $5 a month to get the full thing.
Is there any goth shit on it?
Do they have glue on there?
That's what I was about. How much a month do we have to pay to get glue on our streams?
I'll drop big ton a month just for that one song. No problem.
Fun fact: it don't come up as muted if you play glue. Word on the street is Twitch doesn't recognize songs with very minimal lyrics. How true that is, I don't know.
Well,
my VODs haven't been muted.
How many lyrics are in Disturbed Down with the Sickness? That's my question. It's just the intro. All I want is the intro. There's no words in it. Like it's. Oh, anyway.
I mean, you just got the song name wrong.
Funny.
I'm not gonna let that slide. You said 6, didn't you? Good one.
No. You fix your ears, will you? Talking about Steam Audio. Fix your ears.
Someone go back and clip that, please, so we can humiliate him live.
Somebody sing a song so we can't clip it, please.
Someone just needs to play on Torres's bit emote, you know?
Is it bad that I was scared to do anything and not fucking say anything?
Cheer 60, by the way.
Cheer 60.
Imagine, no, man.
We still got it on Torres. Never getting away from it, brother.
All right,
I'm off the Bixer. I'll sit it.
Thank God for that.
I feel like we need a little bit of a finger bang up in here.
Copyrighted.
I mean, that's on my soundboard, no problem.
It's copyrighted. No. 10 bits per play.
Are you gonna copyright strike me?
100%. Every follow. That was my plan all along. All these people. I'm looking at you, DJ. Who else? Offender. Who else has got a follow alert to my voice?
Face Tank.
Yeah. All of you. You're all coming down. 5p at a time.
I have it as an instruct bot.
Taking you down one bit at a time.
Got to catch us first.
I don't know I know a couple of you are live at the minute. Have you got any like questions from chat or anything like that? Circling back to Tarkov stuff, because Vonnie, one of my viewers, has got some detailed. He's actually got a Reddit post where he's detailed a bunch of changes and stuff he'd like to see in the game or future roadmap stuff. Just circling back to Tarkov. Before I go to that post, any questions from chat or additional bits and bobs people want to throw in?
My chat's all full of 3 heads, so probably not.
Imagine insulting your revenue source.
There was one earlier, but I can't remember it, honestly.
Thanks for that input.
Yeah, worth mentioning then. Decent.
Found in raid quest items.
Okay.
Should, like, say for example, flash drives. If you find it, should it lose that found in raid status if you die with it?
Yes.
Yes.
Glad we all cleared that.
Next, you're going to be asking me, should there be insurance in labs?
I think we should be able to scav into labs.
Oh,
Scavin as a raider.
No, scavin with a toz.
No, my luck. Nah, dude, I don't want to scav into labs because every time I'm just gonna scav in with a fucking shotgun raider and be worthless.
Well, our mate, Jimmy, is going to be scavving into labs every day, so
Unable to catch him, hiding behind his alias. Yeah, but I'm glad they sorted all the hacker problem out and that. This way, it's not like we're all playing on Middle Eastern servers and African servers and whatnot just to escape it.
Like
Apollo 13.
I don't know, man. It's one of those things where I don't mind. it's criticism that's obviously due because there is a lot of cheaters in the game. But one thing that I always want to all right, anytime people, whether it's cheaters or anything negative that people bring up in chat in general while I'm playing Tarkov, I'm not very receptive to it or reactive to it. I don't like the discussion, honestly, and there's a few reasons behind it. All right, so name an online game right now, multiplayer, that is completely 100% clean. There isn't one. Second,
Tetris.
yeah, all right. No, apart from you with the rigged servers, but that's fine. It beat you still, even the way you got absolutely slapped in your own game. But going back to that, imagine being immature and getting absolutely murked in your own comeback. Anyway, the other point is, right, people want to complain about server issues, cheaters, but they are doing a lot. The reason why I am extra sensitive about it, it's not that my chat is like a safe space, so to speak, but PMA is big, positivity. But when it comes to being negative about BSG, I like discussions like this where it's constructive, right? We don't like this, here's how it could be better. But when it comes to BSG is shit, they're not banning hackers, or BSG is shit, they haven't fixed their servers, when are they going to fix the stutters? For that, I don't have time for it. A, because they've created the greatest game in history. B, that game has given me this platform here in terms of streaming. I couldn't see myself playing any other game for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And C, I've managed to meet a bunch of people because of that, because of the previous two, because of playing the greatest game ever and streaming that and having this platform. I've met you lot. You might have your pitfalls and your flaws that I power through, but it's fine. I'll put up with you. But for those 2 or 3 reasons, I want to clear up. When it comes to people being like negative in chat in general, I'm always open to a discussion. If it's you saying, I don't like this feature, here's how it could be better, that's fine, let's talk about it. But if someone comes into chat in a bit, Nick, is he gone? When it comes to people saying, BSG of, any sort of negativity in that respect, I don't have time for it. So that was my little rant of the day. Back to hackers. It's an issue. I know it's an issue, but yeah.
I'm just saying it's impossible to play on Auto USA in labs at all. You can't do it.
Can't play on Auto
every
EU
raid.
either.
I mean, even when I'm queuing with Iron and we're on Auto EU, it's
bad.
Similar and bad.
It's
Yeah,
definitely bad.
Well, put it this way, when we were playing the other day, and then Iron left, and we were like, "Oh, we'll play one more," and then I invited, and you were like, "Oh, Phil, well, you didn't change the server, did you?" I was like, "No, I didn't," and we're like, "Fuck." Got in the lab. What happened? 30 seconds later, insta death.
The thing is that for some reason I attract the cheaters that.
There you go, El Ray. There's a list
load
there.
into lobby. They will instantly come to my chat, type "You're fucking dead," and then they'll chase me the whole time until they kill my ass. It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's the pitfalls of being a TTV player, but yeah.
Like literally comes in my chat, "You're dead." I run down to the basement. He literally shoots
through the floor. Yeah.
He shoots me through the floor.
Even
bro.
I've showed that to a bunch of people, and that was like, that was a first. Honestly, being shot through the floor, that was insane. That was funny.
I was being a smartass the whole time. I was like, okay,
can you shoot through here? Can you shoot through here? Yeah, you can.
I run into something that's like really thick. There's like metal and everything. I'm like, can you shoot through here? Just fucking instant taps me through the floor. I was like, oh god, no.
It's good stuff.
I wonder how you all feel about the whole, because it came up now, the whole drop situation. I don't know how they did it this time, if they paid for their spots or how it works. But how do you feel like it affects the community overall with it not being shared equally around?
So I'll speak a little bit about this, but I do want you guys' opinion, because honestly, for me, it's really bittersweet at the minute, because obviously I never applied for it, but for whatever reason, I was on that list, as soon as I saw that list and I saw that email, I spammed a bunch of names out to BSG and various avenues that I've got to, like, community managers at BSG, Dimitri and whatnot, because Pestily had a lot to do with this current drops format in terms of it being shared out amongst the community, you know, bigger and smaller streamers having it. That was a lot down to Pest, because it was always focused around him and his channel. He'd be sitting on 100k and everybody else would, you know, flock to him, or, you know, he'd pass it along to other big streamers, you know. But it was down to him in terms of smaller streamers and medium-sized streamers and even newer streamers getting it. But BSG, I don't know how their format has worked. There is a bit of RNG involved, and in terms of, you know, whether you get noticed or not, or whether they read your email or not. But once they see your name and stuff, they do have criteria that they want meeting for you know the email address that people have got, and I've been keep spamming to people, go apply. They do have a process behind that in terms of how they select the who gets drops on the 21st. I think if it was opened up even wider, I'd love it. Like, but they do have a criteria. They don't want people just to switch on from another game, you know, overnight and enable drops on their channel, like how, you know, Valorant did eventually. Once they had, you know, the keys, every single person who streamed Valorant got drops, and that went for people with no viewers up to 10,000. So yeah, again, for me, it's nice in a way that we're seeing more and more channels with it on, but, you know, I don't want to, like, there's certain streamers on that list who don't even play Tarkov, but it's just because they're big streamers and they're IRL streamers or whatever, and they'll make good content and they'll make some good memes with the game, that they've got drops. And then other people who grinded this game on and built their Twitch channels around it are not even in the conversation, which is unfortunate.
F's in chat for Birdley.
I got him, Timo.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah. So
nice.
I mean, there are a few of those big streamers that literally, like, put on Twitter, like, I'm not even going to stream the game.
Yeah, so Carnage was one of them. He was like, I'm not playing Tarkov at the minute, although I've been selected for drops. I'll be at Tarkov again later on in the time, but there's other people. He's got a whole Twitter post about it. Yeah, and I nearly got to the point as well, like, the conversations I was having with the higher ups and was like, I was almost to the point of not streaming the drops day, because it was, like, so bittersweet for me that, like, mainly you guys here, none of you had drops enabled, and it was just like, I don't know, man. It didn't feel right. So I've tried my best and I've had responses, but it's there's a bit of RNG involved, and it feels like if BSG read the messages or not, it's just a certain degree. So I don't know. Hopefully next time they do it round. Hopefully next time. We'll see more of these, you know, the actual Tarkov players and people with, you know, hours under their belt on there. So I don't know.
I feel like it was a success anyway. Getting just Birdley, that's a success. Right? If every drops event we can just get one more of us on the list.
I said, like, look, listen, he's the first streamer with Kappa. If you haven't got him on there, then what are you doing with your lives? That's basically what my message was to them, over and over and over and over again. It just stressed me out, because most of you, like all of you, like, it's like, built your channels around Tarkov, and it's what we live and breathe. And there's other people who just, like, slip through the net somehow. I don't know. Not to bring other people down. That's the other thing. Like, when I'm talking about this, I kind of don't want to talk about it, because other people are grinding, they're doing their thing, and good luck to them. And they, you know, they've even I've had, like, so many slices of good luck throughout this, like, the last couple of months. I was on, like, just reminding myself, like, literally every other day, I was on 500 followers at the beginning of April, and we've hit, like, 8,000. It's crazy how, you know, you get a slice of good luck sometimes, and for me, it's just a bit of a whirlwind at the minute, and dealing with, you know, at every single avenue that I can, I'm constantly trying to, you know, make this a team thing, not just about me. I'm trying to, you know, break off a piece for everybody every time I can.
Hi.
But I think that's the good part about this, because my take on the whole drops thing, like, it would have been bittersweet, as you said, even if I got it or not, because there's a lot of good content creators out there that deserves the recognition. But I think eventually down the line, because it drips down on the community, and you're a perfect example of that, because you're a guy that cares about the community. And as long as those people will be out there, the community will grow together. There will be raids, there will be hosts, you will be noticed by someone else. Like, as you said, from 500 to 8, it's insane. But as long as that happens to the right people, and since Tarkov already is a very wholesome and including community, I just see it as a positive thing that the game gets more recognition and more people into the audience. So, of course, if I didn't get it this time, it would have felt a little bit shitty. But at the same time, I would still recognize the fact that the game got bigger, and that's going to help us in the long run.
True.
Yeah, I think this goes not just for you guys here in the call, but anybody else in chat and anybody else who does listen to this in the future. Like, any sort of hurdle or roadblock, just don't get discouraged. Is the main message that I've got. Like, I don't know. It's tough, man. For me, I can't. I'm just so new to this that I'm trying to give out advice. People ask me for like advice. There's so much luck involved with it, but you know, you'll figure out the rights and wrongs and how to improve yourself, basically. Thanks for the follows.
I think
Panda
it's been a
Pebble.
tough starting wipe for smaller Tarkov streamers. You know, I've been tracking numbers across probably about 30 Tarkov streams
Is it
that are in
Imagine,
like, our
bro?
area.
You made
with,
that clip.
You know,
You
sort
made
of
that
80 to 100 viewer averages
command.
being the top end, and
Exclamation
sort of
mark,
5
Imagine.
viewer averages being the bottom end, sort of thing. I've been tracking in. You look at their numbers in the last 4 weeks running up to wipe, and then you look at their numbers since wipe has happened, and it's a tough one because people have, for the most part, dropped maybe 30 to 50% in their average viewership, and that's very much partly to do with towards the end of wipe, a lot of people want to watch Tarkov, they don't necessarily want to play it. Wipe hits, everyone wants to play Tarkov again, but then also having the drops event jump straight in, like right after that point, you've then also got people are flocking to the streamers with drops, and right, so it's been, I feel bad, like not necessarily for myself, but for smaller Tarkov streamers that have had to deal with this this obstacle, this sudden, feels like they're doing something wrong even when they're not. It's just the circumstances that are revolving around this beginning of wipe. And you know, I guess all I'm trying to say is, you know, we just got to stay strong. Everyone's got to stay strong, and everything will come back, you know, after people start burning out of playing Tarkov and such. But yeah.
It's a weird place, Twitch, man. I say it every day. I can't figure it out. And if there was a formula, then we all would have, like, I don't know. It's just, I'm just so used to uniformity stuff. It's like, you know, you go to school, you learn a skill, and you get a job in that field. But when it comes to Twitch, it's like there's no blueprint. There's no hidden, unless, I don't know, unless you're an IRL streamer, then maybe there is a blueprint. But there's a lot of RNG involved, and there is a lot of, you know, luck. But there's definitely things that you can do to improve, you know, all around. And this is me talking about myself as well, like the quality of your channel and the way, just your general attitude, like the amount that I've had to reflect on myself. I've had dead streams, and I watch back the VOD, and I think, who's going to watch this? It's just me running labs for 12 hours. You know, I wouldn't watch this. Do you know what I mean? There's little things that you notice yourself doing, and you think, actually, I need to change this. I need to do this. I need to just. It's mainly about attitude. That's the main thing. Honestly, that's the main thing that I've learned is having the wrong attitude. Whether you're streaming for one person or 100 people, just having the wrong attitude is the night and day difference. And that's the main reason why, you know, my YouTube channel's dead at the minute. Is like, I'm terrible at it. There's 16 unlisted videos that I've edited. I've spent days editing like one video, and I watch it back and think, if this wasn't my video, I'd never watch this. But the thing I've learned is I just need to put out content, and like the stream, I'll improve over time. I'll learn from my mistakes. So expect some shitty YouTube videos soon, because I'm just gonna put them out, and I'm gonna take your feedback, and we're gonna improve together and learn together. And that's what it's about. Because my stream a year ago was, I mean, it's still pretty scuffed, but it was even more scuffed. But that's where you start, and that's how you learn.
Do you know, Mr. Rose put a question in your chat there. Do you think you'll remain EFT streamers, or would anyone like to branch into being variety streamers? For me, I'm not an EFT streamer. I am a variety streamer. I stream story-based games, and I play Tarkov online. I thought more than I did, but apparently not. And there's a lot of my community personally who don't really like the game as such, but will still support me through it. But I've grown to love this game so much that I want to play it more on stream compared to my other games. And I had a long discussion with my mods just before this very podcast about how I want to take the channel, and if I want to like how I'm going to divide my time up, if I want to make something out of EFT. But I look at Pestley, and I look at like what he does and how he like creates all these different accounts, and he's grinding this, he does this, and I guess it's easy enough for him. But then there's other streamers out there who will just play the game 8 hours a day, mundane, and just run, like Ian said, might run labs 12 hours a day, and
it's about making it interesting, though.
That's what I was about to say. It's like how do I make running labs or however many maps I run, stream EFT for 8 hours a day for 5 days a week? How do I make it fun?
Yeah. So to
take weapon cases.
Picnic table.
Picnic tables, bro.
Round of moonshine. Whose turn is it buying anyway?
Not me.
I don't. Okay, so I don't know if this is for every or like. I feel like every streamer in general, like their biggest goal is to get to the point where they can stream variety if they want to. I don't really know. Like starting with a game, getting a nice audience to follow you, and if one day you're not feeling Tarkov and you want to play Rust, for instance, you can do that and still like have an audience and talk to people and stuff like that. But I guess
that's
that for
I think that's the goal for everybody, but that's so far down.
It's
I think
hard goal to accomplish.
Like, I'm not speaking out of line here to say that's a long away for us. I feel
of course.
the light bulb moment for me was end of last wipe. I started playing Rust, and then Sigma turns up in chat, and there's 5 people in. She's like, what the fuck are you doing? I thought you were trying to get partner. And it was like, it just killed my momentum, because I was enjoying Rust, right? I didn't care that nobody was in chat. I didn't care that nobody wanted to watch Rust. But then it was like a light bulb moment. I'm killing my channel. I actually am. And I spoke to a few other people, and Pest in particular said, look, if you're not feeling Tarkov, don't stream. That's probably better for you right now. He's the main, like, he plays other games, but he doesn't stream other games. He's going to be playing Rust tomorrow and things like that, but that's because he can. But for us, me in particular, this is me talking about myself, and I think I want to get to that point where I play other games on stream, but I'm not really enjoying other games as much as I enjoy Tarkov, but I think for now, like, I've built my channel around Tarkov. It'll be silly for me to all of a sudden expect people to jump over and watch me play Rocket League, or, it's not going to happen at this point. So if I'm not feeling Tarkov, I'll take a week off rather than, kill the numbers. And I hate, like I say, I'm one of those now. I don't even look at numbers, like in terms of viewer counts and stuff like that. But I have to be aware of it. Do you know what I mean? It would be silly for me to not be aware. As somebody trying to grow their Twitch channel, it's a good thing to not let the view count affect your performance or your temperament while you're streaming, but to completely disregard it in terms of your analysis of how you're growing or how a stream went. That's silly. And that's where I was like, I don't care about view count, and I was just like playing Rust for a week, and I wasn't looking at what it was doing in terms of averages. So it's a bit of both, really. Obviously, we'd love to get to that point, but for now, like, I don't think it's possible. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. We could be overnight Rust viral. It could happen, but there's a lot of RNG involved in that.
I found a really nice balance for me personally, and obviously this is the thing with streaming, isn't it? Every streamer does it differently, and nothing's ever going to work for everybody the same way, right? I the main reason that I've been doing variety is because I don't want my career to be based on BSG's success. If Tarkov suddenly dies one day, people stop playing it, the game stops getting supported for some reason or whatsoever, I don't want all of my hard work to disappear.
I love Rocket
right?
League as well.
So I started doing variety on Fridays. I started playing other games on Fridays, and for the first 6 weeks of that, it was rough, right? My view count would be a quarter, if that, of what it was. But I stuck to it. And now I'm seeing almost the same numbers on a Friday playing other games, random like strategy games or other survival games and stuff. And I found that's a healthy balance for me.
Champ one, by the way.
It's not going to be a healthy balance for everyone, but I want to be a variety streamer at some point in time. I think, like we said, everyone does. But I feel like for years and years to come, I'm still going to be a EFT streamer with a little bit of variety tacked on.
It's not even like, for me personally, it's not even a variety stream. It's not as if I want to stream a different. It's like, if I'm not feeling Tarkov today, let me just play something else. But now I have to do that off stream. It's like, if I'm not feeling Tarkov, then I can't stream. Basically, at this point, that's how I feel. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. That's how I feel at the minute, and that's the route I'm going to be going down. Honestly, at the minute. So this is the main reason why, like, although I commend you guys for like hitting Kappa in 11 days was it for you, Birdly, getting that grind through initially and having that badge of honor is crazy. But the reason why I didn't want to power through leveling and hitting in game so quick is because I know for a fact I'm going to have six months of this wipe where I'm going to need to find something to do. So this is why I'm like chipping away at these kind of the progression in this wipe, just to keep my sanity in a way, keep it sane, give me something to do, because we got to the point last wipe where we're making up challenge, like we had viewers bringing in thick cases full of lead X's just to and protect although that stuff's fun, don't get me wrong, it's fun as hell, but there's only so much of that you can do, and weapon case runs and labs and stuff, and you know what I mean.
Do 1 through 40 with the fucking M1911. That's it.
That's why I like people like Willers, man. He's just on the next level. Like, he's done 1 to 40, 1 to 40 with every single gun in the game. Just let that sink in. From pistols to rifles to Mosins to everything. He's done 1 to 40. It's just crazy. But that's next level. He is next level. He's just a next level human being. But I can't do that. I'm not down for that grind.
But that's what you're saying about getting like burned out and stuff. That is why, like, my first wipe, I got burnt out because I just kept playing on one account, and it was just the same. You run to a map, PvP, and whatever. But I think it's more about creating challenges for yourself, creating fun ways to play the game, which is why I invested.
I'm just another,
like last wipe, I played through standard account all the way to Kappa, for example. I play a lot of hardcore, and this wipe is the first wipe I'm gonna hit 70. So it's just like creating, goals, I guess, that you want to accomplish, and then mix them up with different things. It's like, I also want to do like a 1 to 40 labs only, but that you need economy to do that. It's just that I'm not planning to play on this account and sit there with like 200-300 million rubles, because that's boring as fuck. It's like, where is the content in it? And where's the fun in it for yourself? Because honestly, I cannot sit for 6 months and run around with fully modded shit. It's so boring. I get bored after a month. So it's just like, mix it up, do other stuff. Because it is easy to get bored when you have everything. Which is why I kept resetting last wipe. It's fun to have tasks. It's fun to have something to do in the game. Which is why I also really, really like the idea that Trip brought up with the dailies, to have like dailies or weeklies, like, because I try to defend the casual player base as much as I can, because I know we're not the majority of the players when it comes to like getting to endgame so fast. But I really think that it would reward the more hardcore players to have something that we could do later in the game. Just as a simple, like, I don't give a shit about the rewards. It could be 1 ruble. I don't care. Just as I have a goal in text, do this. That's perfect.
One thing that was fun for me was the hardcore challenge last wipe. I did it for optimizers, and I would be willing to do it again if, people from the group had standards, came up with rules that were slated kind of the same way, and even pony up part of a reward for first place, to make it interesting, kind of a mini challenge amongst us. Would be fun, just something like you guys said to make it so it's not the same old every day.
It's like Sigma streamer battles is an amazing addition to that. It's like more stuff like that is so good for the community, and it also rewards the more hardcore base of the community to have something to do and compete against each other. And also the format is so much better than the Twitch rival stuff and the Red Upside. So, like, I want Sigma to fucking run Twitch rivals.
100%. Like,
yeah.
From what I've heard, that she's gonna have a lot of input now in future like big events that Twitch rivals are doing. I've been super tempted in terms of making like our own little like mini challenge league thing for people in the community, not necessarily for us, like for other like smaller streamers or viewers getting involved. It'll be awesome, but I don't want to just copy her format, even though she's got such like amazing rule sets and a format there that seems to work. It would just be nice just to like replicate that in a way, because getting people involved is such a huge thing, and it just makes it, I don't know, it just adds a third dimension to this kind of whole platform and the game in general. That's definitely something that we could work on as a group. I'd be down.
There's an event that's run annually for Borderlands. Actually, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with like King Athalion as a streamer and all that lot.
I'd
and
be
it's
definitely
basically
down for that
this Borderlands Easter egg hunt style thing.
We spoke about this
right?
earlier,
and it's an event that they
We'd
do
be
once a
100%
year.
down
It
for
lasts
that.
a week,
as a
and
group.
it's streamers only, so everything can be verified through their streams, obviously. But they essentially have to find. They've got like a list of items, and each item gives a certain amount of points, and the person at the end of the week with the most amount of points wins the whole event, sort of thing. And hundreds of streamers get involved in this thing, and it's kind of because Borderlands is a dead game, and it reinvigorates their love for something that they haven't been able to play for a long time, sort of thing. But I always felt like events like that could definitely have a place in Tarkov that could be really, really cool.
You're talking about like the legend or unique hunt, right? Like they
Yeah.
hunt all the like unique items in the game.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I've watched it. I watch it every year. Actually, I think I watch a lot of people for it because it's awesome. Yeah. I also really like Borderlands, so. I was gonna say something before that. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
While you're thinking about that, we'll circle back to, I've got a few questions in chat. We might as well have a little chat about them. I think the stuff we've kind of covered already. Encryptic with a question. Would you mind playing if BSG removed tier 5, tier 6 weapons, ammo and armor from vendors, crafting and making it find and raid only? We'll start with Montorius.
Yeah, that's great for me, because that's what I do anyway, so premium.
He's already in game level 2 trader, so.
Listen, 5 raids in, and that's it. I've unlocked everything that I need, so yeah, I'm down.
Trip?
I just use what's available. Doesn't matter. No preference.
I don't think any of us would stop playing because of that. I think that's what we'd prefer. The longer it takes us to get to the point where we're running fucking max HKs and Slick and Exfil, the better.
I think it was 2 or 3 days ago was the first time I actually used my meta presets. Prior to that, I'd just been using whatever I got off other players or like those super early kits, you know, the AKMPS. I think that's the longest I've actually held off in terms of using, like, it's usually as soon as I hit 40, I'm jumping all over Mechanic and Peacekeeper and running those jailbreak M4s and stuff, but I don't know, man. It just I think we're all just demanding like a longer progression.
Well, yeah, it's why the game dies towards the end of the wipe, because everyone is using endgame gear, and it's just It's so easy to kill everyone. You just look at them and click and they're dead. Whereas earlier, everyone's struggling because you're using dog shit gear, aren't you? It's fun.
I don't think I've built a preset yet, actually. I've been literally just running like P90s, the new M4s and labs. I just put a foregrip on it, call it good. Like I'm like, I don't know. I definitely have probably built a few meta guns, but I don't know. I've been kind of sticking away from it as much as I possibly can.
I think the whole thing with Tarkov, and it makes you realize early wipe and beginning the wipe is the risk reward aspect. But you being the underdog in a gunfight is so much fun. Like, how many times that you've gone in with shit tier gear and you see a juicy boy and it actually makes you excited? Like, that feeling is like what Tarkov's all about.
When you're in max gear, you don't get that feeling.
No, you don't.
You're just like, well, that guy's dead as hell.
Yeah.
Like, might as well run into him.
You kill another guy with a max foul and a slick, and it's like, oh, now I'm too heavy. GG.
Yeah, true.
All right. So there's a longer post here. I think we kind of generally agreed on that question there in terms of tier 5, tier 6 armor. Vonnie's actually gone now from chat. I'll link you later on his Reddit post. Okay. So there's a bunch of changes and stuff. I think a lot of this is in their roadmap. So I'm going to break it down because it's a very long question that he posed. We're going to go through bit by bit. Safe zones with trader locations. Firstly, unlocked by physically talking to them in raid, accessible through fast travel and a fee in hideout. Unlock Intel 1 to grant access to a trader. And set safe zone near transition hubs on way to traffic. So he's talking here about a wider map which is all connected and traders being actually on the map physically rather than in a menu.
Which has been confirmed by Nikita anyway. He said that
Yeah.
Lighthouse was going to have a safe zone in it for traders.
Yeah. Interesting. Drop off train randomly spawn on any map. Pay a fee to the train driver for train exits. At the hub to unlock another trader. I didn't quite understand. I was hoping he was still here to explain it, but yeah. Ending up spawn back on the map or transfer loot with a fee back to hideout. 95% campers will be getting rid of. Drop off.
Oh yeah, like in extract camping, you can just send off your loot with a car or something.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about there on that one.
I mean, it's again already confirmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nikita said that there's going to be.
That is going to be a thing.
Spawning on the map is also a variety. You'll have the option, depending on which you have unlocked by fence. So he has a role as well of being the underdog. A Black Street guy? Backstreet's back?
Black market.
Oh. Boat drop-off will be less accurate and you won't require any requirements. But basically, yeah, okay. It will drop you off in a car or boat and you'll need to set an MS2000 marker, the one that you buy from Prapper, and wait for a plane. It is big and visible and will be a hotspot for extract. Kind of like a Division 2 Dark Zone extract, I think is what he's talking about there. Interesting stuff. I mean, sure.
If I were to make a guess, I feel like that kind of extract's coming into Streets of Tarkov anyway. I think there's going to be a rooftop heli extraction that's going to make a lot of noise.
Yeah, we've seen the screenshot with the heli and we heard that thing. I don't know. It's interesting. Hopefully we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I'd like to see more random events in maps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Airdrops, something like that. Just something to spice it up a little. Yeah, right, you got scav boss, whatever. But something else. Something just to spice it up a little more.
Well, they have confirmed airdrops.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how often is it going to be?
Want to raid?
To address what Quasar just said in chat, Tarkov actually isn't a no-fly zone. Tarkov is a DMZ, which means no organized militaries can fly through Tarkov, and privatized militaries can fly through Tarkov at their own risk.
I can't wait to get like 3 matches in an airdrop. It's going to be great.
Part of me kind of wants it to be often, and part of me don't, if that makes sense. If they're often, they're going to be shit, let's face it. And if they're not often, then it's just going to be boring. So it'll be like they're not even in the game.
Oh yeah, so another bit of hearsay that has never been said by anybody BSG or anybody connected to them, but somehow through Twitch chats has become confirmed, is that keycards in labs, red, green, blue, are going to have uses. Thoughts, opinions, yes, no, maybe. It's not been, I've not heard of it or seen it anywhere, but Twitch chat,
It'll never be
Chinese
a thing.
whispers, keep saying it's a thing.
I don't
With
think
how
that'll be a
red-
thing.
With how rare red key card is, it will never be a thing.
Yeah, unless they significantly up the rate of
Increase it.
spawn. Yeah. Like, because the key cards that are used on the interchange, they've got uses, right? So,
3,000 hours, still never found one.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, honestly. I feel like keycards should either be infinite uses or single use, right? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if I've got an electronic card, right, that grants me access into something in real life, it isn't set to only
I'd love
work
to see that as well,
15
Radbold.
times. Right?
Raiders on every
it will
map.
either
I'd love
always
that.
work or it will work once and not work again, which I think is what they should be in game as well.
I'm booked in AirMex for July 9th.
same with
I'm
keys,
booked in
though.
for a haircut, believe it or not.
You ain't gonna
We're
use
gonna
the
have a
key
fresh
25
fade too,
times
don't
before
worry.
it just disappears.
Well, yeah.
IRL. But I mean, I think that's a balancing thing, though. I think they should like marked key, like the marked keys. I feel like are in a good place. They're decently cheap. You get 25 uses out of it, and then you got to buy another one. Like, but having a red key card have 25 uses, bruh.
It's rough, definitely. But it'll be
It would have to
interesting to see.
increase the spawn.
Yeah, increase the
Yeah.
spawn and how the economy is affected. Then the price would then drop of it, maybe, possibly. I don't know. But
I mean, it'd probably be worth like a couple mil max, I'd say, if it. that
it's
happened.
weird though, because whenever I think about it, I obviously I go 50-50 each way. When you look at safe room and weapon storage on interchange, the price of it this wipe has shot up compared to last wipe.
How much are they? I've never even bought one. Never even thought about it.
Well,
What
last
are they
wipe,
even called?
last is the object something. So SR is the safe room one, and then WS
card.
is the weapon storage outside.
So the SR one is 2.7 mil,
That-
and the
that-
WS one is 700K.
So last wipe, the weapon storage was like 250k, and the other one did peak at a mil ish. Safe room.
It's probably just supply and demand at the moment, I would assume.
Supply and demand, but also like the weapon storage one. I opened it 15.
reap.
I opened it 15 times last wipe and got 9 reaps out of it. And now the static drops have decreased a lot. People who open Kiba, I don't know how many people. A bunch of people got Kiba keys out of drops. How many people have seen a reap in Kiba so far?
They've
No,
removed reaps from.
They've removed all
Yeah.
camels.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
They fully removed them from spawning in anything.
So Kiba's now
Worthless.
basically
No, Kiba's insane right now.
Advanced buff.
Kiba's
the
insane
queues are
because of
selling for a
Gunsmith.
lot of money.
Yeah, gunsmithing tabs. It's like one run to
Oh,
Kiba
yeah.
and it's millions.
True.
All right,
true,
I'll
true,
let you
true.
off on that one, but
I forgot. I forgot it. But within a month and a half, 2 months, the key is gonna be bad. Like
Yeah.
nothing's gonna.
It is.
I was meaning like long term. It
Give it-
probably is fucking insane now though, for sure.
give us Raiders on interchange, please. Open up Kiba, Raiders spawn. Let's go.
Your mic just got really loud.
Really loud.
Oh, sorry.
Holy.
Let me fix it.
ASMR streaming coming.
Is any better now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Still a bit loud for me.
Any better now?
It's fine.
It's fine. I think it's better now. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone keeps saying Raiders on every map. I mean, we're going down that route slowly. I mean, with I don't know if you count customs Scav Boss. They're not really Raiders, but kind of maybe ish. Obviously,
They're
reserve.
scarier than Raiders. If
They're called
you're-
police, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean they've got the gear to, call them Raiders, BTAKs and Gen 4 and Altins. We're meant to be I don't know when Interchange is supposed to be having these Raiders there, but they were meant to be in there on the alarm, not there now. And I don't know if Senator Scav Boss on Shoreline's going to have Raiders with him or not, but hopefully they'll go down that route. I just want to see random little, even it doesn't have to be a full gang of them. just 1 or 2 raiders patrolling every now and then, just passing through. Just keep you on your toes. And also, like, the main thing, like, obviously we'll see with the customs expansion. And it's not really an expansion because Nikita touched on this the other day because he was asked, are we going to see an upped player count on customs with the expansion? And he was like, it's not really an expansion, it's more of an opening up of the middle areas to stop the funneling through gas and behind there. It'll be interesting to see if that does spread out the action late wipe, because customs, right now, it's nice because, same for woods, everybody's spread out doing their quests and killing scavs everywhere. Late wipe, mid wipe is just literally dorms and gas station because people are there for scav boss. The rest of the map is completely dead. So it'll be interesting to see if that does spread out the action across the whole map, or if we have a distribution of loot across the map as well.
I'm honestly just really looking forward to being able to get to construction from old gas. That's just such a quality of life upgrade for the map.
True.
Yeah.
I'm more excited for Shoreline Scav Boss.
Why?
Because why not?
Sure. Nice.
What's
Ah.
what's he called?
Senator?
Yeah, something like that.
Don't you mean senator?
Senator. The Lord Mayor?
No, it's just it's a good map. You can play it how you want. Obviously, you can go up in resort.
You can
have your close quarter fight.
camp 310. It's lovely.
Yeah, you can sit in 226.
Going back to random events, depending on the maps, there could be events like players passively heavily armed scavs.
Or, you can sit on top of the radio tower.
Everyone's hyper aggressive.
With 100 times scope and shoot everyone that runs around the map. So I think having that diversity of the playstyle will suit it, and it just needs something to spice it up because sometimes it's a bit boring.
I think Resort will definitely benefit from having some AI in the actual AI, not scavs that seem like they don't spawn 90% of the time anyway.
That's what I've never got. For the concentration of loot up there, and you'll have 2 scavs in a raid.
It's unfortunate. I just want to see more scavs everywhere, constantly. Like, I don't know, it's weird. Shoreline's one of those maps. It's so open, but then it's a bit like customs in a way, where it concentrates over these hotspots. You've got the gas station, you've got power, and then nothing. Like, there used to be scavs everywhere. Road to Customs used to have scavs. That tower neck on the way to Road to Customs, you had a bunch of scavs. The village as well. I don't know. It's just like it's unfortunate.
I feel like there's too much reward for no risk.
Yeah.
When you go to Shoreline.
Maybe it'll change when the cultists are in, because down at the abandoned village where there's that church, there's loads of ritual marks and blood splatters everywhere, and there's like a trail on one of the missions. You got to locate a bunch of people that went missing in a murder case or something. But cultists only going to be at night time. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
And primarily around marked areas, so marked room, dorms on customs. I don't know whether that means on Shoreline Resort as well, because you've got a marked room there. And marked circle on woods.
Well, yeah, shit, there's actually 3 marked ones down at Shoreline. There's one on the Scav Island, there's one in the church, and then there's one in Pig Room. So it's quite a lot of lore up there.
Thoughts about going to one time only instead of having 2 different lobbies? Just have a certain lobby and have to play day, have to play night, don't really get to choose?
I think that'd be a good thing.
I think it'd be good.
I like it the way it is. Because I like going nighttime raids sometimes to spice it up with my night vision goggles. And if it's a case of it gets chosen for you, then, well, what's the point of having night vision goggles and whatnot?
Yeah, me, Iron and Hayes had this conversation a while back, actually. I think it was in Hayes' chat, and me and Iron were in the chat, and we were talking about it.
It was when we trioed together. Someone in his chat brought it up.
And the general response to it was just that people just won't play. It happens with other games. People will play the daytime. They'll go watch something or play.
Thank you for the follows there, Gax, Ryoshi, Samo.
Again.
Thank you.
Which wouldn't be healthy for the game, right?
Yeah. So basically, although I think us as a group would enjoy it because we're comfortable doing night raids, right? Having one set time. So if you choose customs, we don't choose the time. If it's night, we go into a night raid. If it's day, you go into a day raid. If it's somewhere in between, you go in equipped, expecting it to go from day to night or night to day. But there's a huge, I don't know, I don't want to say casuals, but like people who aren't comfortable doing night raids or don't have the stash economy to be running night vision, then they'll sit in their stash for however long the night cycle is. You know, you see it on DayZ, you see it on Rust. When it turns night, people either sit in their bases or log out or go open a YouTube video or, you know what I mean, go watch a stream for a few minutes. And we'll see that on Tarkov, and it will just kill the player base for every couple of hours if we had one time. So, although it would be nice in a gameplay sense, I don't think it would work in terms of an actual gameplay sense and keeping the servers active over time. Unless there was a way of making people more comfortable doing night raids early on. Maybe if it was a forced thing, then people would be more comfortable. And if cheaper night vision was more accessible, even though it's still pretty cheap, you know, that you can get the cheaper those like the
Like
like,
80K.
yeah,
It's
then
like 80 or 100K
they're not that
for night
expensive.
vision.
And if not, use a flashlight. Like, I don't know, I enjoy just going in with a flashlight sometimes on night raids, and if somebody spots me, then it's up to them. I don't know.
PNV night vision's 30K.
Yeah.
That's the blue
By
one.
the time you buy the mount and put it on a helmet, it's like 80K to run night vision.
The thing that I love the idea about it, right? You know, from my perspective, I love it because I just imagine like day one of wipe and you go to customs and you can just see all of these flashlights scanning across the map of all these PMCs that have run in with their crappy little AKs with a flashlight on. You see all the flashlights going everywhere. I just feel like that would be such a sick atmosphere to experience.
Yes.
True.
All right.
Maybe they can add a cheaper option, like you know how on the Armacite ones you can't even put them on a helmet.
Yeah, you need that head rig
Maybe,
thing.
Yeah, maybe they just add a head rig for all the NVGs. That's cheap.
Oh yeah,
So
have you tried out the flashlights on helmets? Have you tried that out? I actually I got it working the other day. So to get it working, there's no actual hotkey. You have to put it on your gun, turn the flashlight on, pull it off your gun and put it on your helmet, and then you've got a flashlight on your head.
But you can't turn it off?
No, you can't turn it off unless you put it off. But just take the helmet off.
When we're going in labs with that loadout, then.
All right. Another question from chat. We'll go around everybody's. I want an answer from. I feel like some sort of question master, quiz master. What's his name? Magnus Magnuson. All right, we're gonna go around the table on this one, and I hope we don't have repeats. If there is a repeat, then you lose. You have to compliment Ontorius if we hear a repeat. So,
Fuck that.
as experienced players, what would each of your main tips or tip be to a new player? Get good scrub. Click on heads. Does not count. We'll start with Trip.
No helmets or armor until at least level 22, 23. Don't even bother.
Care to expand on that?
I just don't feel like the helmet does its job to begin with, and the armor is such a waste of money. Early on, you're literally just running around. Nobody has the bullets. Nobody has anything that's gonna one tap you except a scav, and if you can't kill the scav, well, get good, kid. So literally just leave the helmet and armor. Don't buy it. First scav you kill, just take theirs and keep rolling. You want to play on house money as much as possible.
See, that's so interesting. Like, although I don't want to.
Don't spend your money on armor. But if you get armor in other ways, for instance, like a scav boss or something,
sure, but don't buy it.
See,
don't spend your money on
it. That's one thing that I feel people struggle with early on is the scav one tap. And honestly, I would say, like, even if it's Packer, go with it because I don't know. Each of us have got our own. That's the thing I love about this. So each of us have got our own opinions and technique on it. That I'm more tended to like go with armor rather than no armor. But it's interesting. Aero.
Me, I ran.
Me? Okay.
Yeah. So you started, so I'll let you just continue. Sorry.
Oh, I would say, play at your own pace. And if you don't feel comfortable in a situation, get yourself out of that situation as best as you can. Like for instance, if you're on customs and you hear fighting in dorms, and you're not really interested in fighting that, just leave. Don't feel obligated to have to stay there and like wait it out. Just like get out as soon as you can. Just play for yourself and play for what you want to do. Don't like force stuff upon yourself, I guess.
That's one thing that I've really struggled with this wipe. I find myself battling, and it's reason why my quest progression's been a bit shittier than usual, is that I've had this late wipe mentality of chase every gunshot. I used to go into raids and I wouldn't care about run through. I'd go in, get my quest item, leave, even avoiding like any sort of hotspots. If I hear player scavs, if I hear any sort of gunshots, I'll leave them to it. Obviously, if we run in and we cross paths, then that's fine. We're shooting until someone's not breathing anymore. But this wipe, I hear gunshots and I'm just chasing them down, and that's my main mistake. And I've recognized that, and I still haven't fixed it, even to this day. Like the other day, I was questing on Shoreline, and I was like, "I've got my quest item, but I've just heard an SVD over there. Let me go chase them down." That's a good tip, I think, Aero, in terms of like especially early wipe, going into a raid with a purpose. So you're going into interchange. I want fuel. I want to get out. That's it. Or I'm going in for this quest. I'm going in, getting out. Don't get sidetracked. It's cool.
When you have a task item, leave. If you have enough XP to do so.
Yep. Philbo, I cut you off there. Sorry, you might as well go ahead.
No, sorry, I was going to talk about the armor, like a situation.
Sure, yeah, go on.
Put a brief comment on that. The only thing that I ran for the first count.
Now servers are up, Viking. We're just change your pace. We're going to start doing podcasts here. Whether it's fortnightly, monthly, we're just going to catch up with the guys, talk Tarkov, and yeah, just chill out for a bit.
The amount of times I'd have my head saved because of the penis helm.
Thank you for the follow there, R White, as well.
Yeah, but for a new player, that's 4 runs and they're broke. For a new player, they die 4 times and they're waiting on a gun from proper. So it's just, that's money spent on a pistol to learn the map. That's money spent on a Mosin that they might be able to even the play field. You know, that's each time you run a helmet and armor, that's 5 runs on a budget gun that they could increase their odds just by boots on the ground, you know, just
big
the law of averages.
I'll probably end up dead, then having to go back to do the quests again.
Going into what I think would be the best thing to do is, when I first started playing this game and I was running it with a couple of friends, I was just running around aimlessly after them, and they were taking me around the place because I didn't have a clue where I was going, didn't have a clue about the map, didn't know, but I need to go to ZB14.
Hey Solomon, how you doing?
Where the fuck's ZB14? You know, where's this? And the amount of times I died in raid because I had GameMaps.com on this screen, and I was going, I think I'm next to here, so I need to go here, and then I was dead. So, and that happened to me loads of times. So I spent, and I know everyone's different, but I probably spent a good 1 to 3 hours on each map offline raiding, and I just learned the map. And now I spawn on a map, and I instantly know where I am and where I need to go, and I know where the extracts are.
Knowing other player spawns as well is big as well.
Yeah, and for me, that's the biggest thing about the game is knowing the map.
Yeah,
because then you know where other people could potentially spawn. You know where other people, you know where your extracts are, where you're at one time. Because honestly, I spend so much time trying to look at this screen and go, right, I've just got everything I need, and I'm like, where am I now? And it was just, I do honestly, that's me.
Map knowledge is huge. There's so many.
Yeah.
Even I was just thinking about a moment yesterday. I was watching Razzle on Labs, and he hears a gunshot other side of the map. He's over in Med, and he hears a gunshot in Kitchen, and he just runs over there, and he pre-nades through Kitchen into Cafe, and kills one guy, and then sprays down the second guy. And the guys came straight into chat, and they're like, "Nice radar hacks. How do you know we were there?" And everybody in chat was just like, map knowledge, like literally map knowledge. That's the only reason. It's a simple thing. And they're like, no, we didn't make any noise, we didn't do anything. You just naded us without any sort of info. They're like, we've watched it back, and there's no info there at all. And it's literally just map knowledge. That's key. And although it's kind of like, without being condescending, it is like that get good is literally the statement. And not saying that, you know, obviously Antorius is terrible at the game. He's not good, but he plays it a lot. You know, it's all about knowledge, and rinse and repeat, and time spent in the game gives you that knowledge, at least to, you know, at least put up a good fight.
Speaking of repeating, you just said get good, so now you need to compliment it, don't you? Your own rule set. Come on.
Well, this is awkward.
Any Birdly? Do you want to add to the?
Right, that's 1,000 bits from you.
Was my mic muted? I just compliment you. Was my mic muted?
Well, you want me to an input for
Yeah.
new
So
players?
new players. Yeah, new players. A tips, plural.
Yeah, definitely. Like the offline raids to learn maps is a big one. But I think like my major number one tip that I see people do way too often is don't go cheap on bullets. Don't invest in a fully modded HK and use HP bullets. It's a waste of money. I'd rather have a stock M4 with 995, to be perfectly honest. And just to also comment on the no armor part, I look at it more as an investment. I start going fully geared from day one with what I have, because insurance will pay you back eventually. And as long as you use, especially the armored rigs that are cheap from Ragman, the Tier 4 armors that are cheap from Ragman, people don't pick them up. You will get out with that. Especially now that the find and raid is a part of the flea market, people won't be able to resell them. So there's no way they're going to pick them up. It's just going to cause more weight in their backpacks, so they'll leave them. So you will get them back. It's completely different if you run a slick or a kill out. People will take it, absolutely. But a lot of the mid-tier armors are not worth it to pick up, because those slots in sell value or item value per cell, like bolts, whatever, it's way much more worth it. So I'd say, like, as soon as you feel comfortable knowing spawns and stuff, use the rigs, use Pakas, because the amount it's like the same thing with hatchet runners. Like, you'll make way more money if you just invest in a Makarov. Eventually, it's 8K, and the one time you kill that scav, that's 100K profit. You have to die 10 times in a row with that Makarov for that to be a negative output. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. Spend money on good bullets and don't be too scared to bring gear.
Well, that's all I meant. I see a lot of level 1 players that I kill, and they've got their fort armor on, and they have no idea where they are, and they're just rolling around in reserve or on shoreline. And I feel bad taking it, but why did you bring it in? There's no reason for those unexperienced players to put the stuff. They just don't understand what they're bringing.
Timo, did you want to add anything as well?
Yeah, I mean, my bit of advice, there are bits of advice that have already been spoken that I would definitely reiterate, but my new bit of advice, my unique bit of advice, so I can avoid complimenting Ontorius, is walk, don't run. If there's one way, if you keep getting caught out in fights, you keep getting caught out by other people, you die before you even know what's going on, stop running. Walk, and audio will be your friend. The other player will be running, and you will hear him way before he hears you. You can prepare that ambush, you can prepare for that fight. And there are points in time where running is more appropriate than running, especially if you're being shot at by a sniper or if you think that someone might be watching you from a long angle. But 90% of the time, just walk, and audio will save your life.
That's a good one. There's always, I don't know, man, there's this weird stigma, and I want to avoid using the term rat, but anybody who's not smashing W, everyone, I don't know, everyone's very, very self-conscious of it. Like, you don't have to crouch caps lock everywhere, but you don't have to sprint everywhere. There's a nice middle ground, and it's finding that balance in your own style, and it does help walking. It's huge, because you see people sprinting around and they get one tap and it's like they don't know what happened. Anything to add to that? Offender, you haven't given your top tip of the day, have you?
Just don't get shot.
I saw it coming. I don't know why I bothered even asking sometimes, honestly.
I mean, it's pretty simple. The less times you get shot, the less times you die.
One thing I've learned from you actually is IRL ducking actually works. The bobbing and weaving.
As loud as possible.
Yeah.
You feel more immersed when you get shot.
If you
and
push
actually
if
drop
you
the keyboard and mouse.
if you hold your headphones on your ears and push them in. It's a private joke that no one's gonna get. But if you watch twitch.tv/offender, maybe he'll explain the joke to you. Ask him about it. We won't explain now. It's too far along of a story.
Nah, genuine top tip.
Sorry, what did you say?
Go
Push it
again.
in, you'll get better audio.
Go again.
clarity.
What?
10
Sorry,
times
what?
clearer.
Please speak up, mate. Sorry.
Top tip is probably just the same as Birdley's sort of thing, is invest in your ammo, your armor, your things like that. Don't be afraid, because 9 times out of 10, if you invest in a kit, it's going to save you more than if you just go in with a pistol. The amount of people I see running with a pistol and they just get one tap by a Mosin, and it's like, well, there goes that pistol. They do it again, same thing. And before you know it, you're down the same amount as if you just run a normal kit. I don't get that. The whole hatchet and pistol runner thing, seems to me like you'd lose more money than you actually make by doing it. You're at one raid, you might get out, make 100k, but you've died 20 times in a row before that.
Definitely gun modding early on is just a no-no. Like, learning how to efficiently affect the handling of a gun early on, like the AKs in particular, don't bother changing anything on it, just put a butt pad on it. Once you unlock either RS-47 from Peacekeeper to put on a foregrip, like little things like that, Bastion dust cover, you don't need to go full red tube build on it 5 minutes after wipe. There's no need. You're just wasting your money, right? I think that's the thing, is you know, balancing, knowing what's efficient, and in my opinion, ammo, armor are your first two priorities. After that, if you've got spare cash, then sure, mod your gun a little bit, but have in mind as well that, like, early game you're gonna die a lot, so don't throw everything. Don't be jumping in there with your Christmas gift, 4 armor and P90 with an eye case on, thinking you're a tank, because it's not gonna work. Maybe it will. I don't know. It's worked for some people, but yeah.
For God's sakes, just learn barters. There's
Yeah.
so many steals out there. Jesus Christ. Buy a rechargeable battery, you have a free 8R. Level 3 mechanic, you get a Senate Co AK for 30k. It's so cheap.
2 GP coins, which are selling for 25k each. Gets
We're
you
thinking
a
about
UV
enough. I need
mag
to. We need to work on YouTube.
The barters
100%.
are crazy. Just use them.
It's a very time
And
consuming,
if you're searching filing
but
cabinets
it's something
a lot,
that
which,
we're
let's be honest,
I
everyone does at
personally
the
am
start
looking
of
into
wipe.
for myself. I'm not sure about
AAA
the other guys.
batteries and D batteries turn into a scope Mosin.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Okay. I think we already hit this. It's another question that's been popped up in chat. If anybody, I'm not going to go around, but if anybody has an input on it, do any of these guys see a way to keep the game, keep risk reward feeling in endgame? I mean, no, honestly. Like, for me personally, I just want to start, like, keeping that risk reward end game is very, very difficult. That's the reason why we run weapon cases and nade cases at the end of the, like, halfway through the wipe. It's very hard to keep that feeling. So
I'll be doing it next week, bro.
it's very hard, and honestly, to anybody who's learning the game and new to the game, enjoy it whilst you've still got that feeling, because you won't be able to replicate it. I've tried my best. I even for other games, right? I've gone back to Arma 2 DayZ recently, or Arma 3 Exile, and trying to get that old school DayZ vibes, and it's impossible. Once you've missed the boat on that or moved on from that, you can't get that back. And early learning Tarkov and having that risk reward feeling of, like, I need to survive this raid, otherwise I'm going to be broke. Or there's a juice player over there. If I kill him, this is like my payday for the week. Having that feeling is like irreplaceable, and it's what makes Tarkov. But it will get diluted more and more the more you play this game. So any new players who are saying they want to keep that risk reward feeling, honestly, just enjoy it while you've got it, and it's going to go away. as doom and gloom as that sounds, it's the way it is with this game. It's going to go away.
It's the knowledge of efficiency, I find, is the big thing. Is Tarkov now for me?
He does, and
I
actually
know
he
the most
does.
efficient ways to get the
I'll be
most
sure
efficient
to
loot on
plug
any map,
everybody's
right?
socials and stuff.
Again, with Arma 2 DayZ or Arma 3 Exile, like, I know what cities, where locations to airdrop,
Cuddle,
and then
thanks for the
where I can
follow,
get
man.
the loot, and bam, I don't need to care about anything, right? Because I know it. And that was the beauty of when I first started playing Tarkov. I didn't know anything. I had to learn step by step. I had to find stuff. I had to explore. And that's the feeling you can't get, and you will never get again as soon as you know the game. Once you've learned the efficiencies, that's it. Bam.
Did anyone else just get 3 labs key cards in a drop, or just me?
Oh my god!
What?
Imagine getting drops.
I got a graphics card, but it wasn't found in raid, so I couldn't even use it for my last one for the mechanical test.
Oh,
I haven't. I've been lurking in someone. Anybody today? I'm terrible.
I've got it.
I'm a terrible viewer. I don't want to keep you guys too like if you've got places, feel free to carry on doing whatever. But I'm going to carry on taking questions because people are bringing them in. I don't know if you guys are okay taking more questions. And we might be repeating ourselves a bit, but I while people are wanting to ask questions, I'm happy to answer them if you guys are.
Yeah, I've got another point to touch on from
Sure.
the last question as well.
Go on.
No, I mentioned it, but as soon as you can do your scav, do it every single time. If you're struggling for gear, even if you're just going factory, run straight at, and then you got a gear set, take it on your next PMC. Focus on your missions, constantly be doing your missions. As soon as you unlock one, do it, as well as a hideout as well. The faster you upgrade your hideout, the more you're going to benefit. Like, even regarding scav runs, once you got to intelligence level 3, I think it is, your scav timer drops 30%, so you can do a scav every 10 minutes. So if you're really struggling for gear, easy.
Cool.
There's a question from Enough in chat, actually. And it was more as us as a group of people saying, I see a lot of Tarkov streamers struggling with putting stuff on YouTube, similar to what you described earlier. How about you guys get together and prepare highlight videos featuring all of us together, almost like team YouTube videos where we can get footage from each of our perspectives, is what I'm assuming sort of from it, and actually have like a more involved video.
It would just be 10 minutes of me killing people and Notorious dying, is that what you're saying? I'm down, sure.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Bit of karma, no problem.
I mean, it's definitely a thing, right? I want to do YouTube stuff. It's nagging at me. I'm just gonna ignore that, but it's fine. I think we all want to do YouTube stuff. I know Birdley's is got you do YouTube series. You keeping consistent with that?
No, I've been waiting for, like, I'm ordering my new rig now in 2 days.
Yeah.
So that's what's holding me back because I can't record.
Same for me. Like, even this podcast, the recording is actually skipping frames. I've actually stopped the recording. Yeah. I'm just going to pull it off my Twitch VOD. I've stopped the recording. We were skipping frames and there's a funky delay because my webcam is going through Logitech Capture and then to the Discord. So it looks like I'm lip syncing to myself. It's pretty funny, not going to lie. We all want to do it. I think like everybody's got in their goals. I don't want to speak for other people in terms of YouTube. It's huge, but it's so time consuming that we need to find an efficient way. I was speaking again to other bigger streamers and I was like, I literally want to go on a video editing course, not because I don't know how to edit. I know how to use Sony Vegas, but how to be efficient with my time, because at the minute, like yesterday was my first day off streaming for a couple of weeks, because every time I take a day off, I'm not productive in terms. I set myself a goal of editing a video, but I spend the whole day doing nothing when it comes to editing. And
I feel you so bad.
It's a weird balance. Like, I don't know. It's so time consuming, and then editors is expensive. Like my most recent YouTube video, the Protect the President one, I did myself twice, and I ended up paying someone on Fiverr £10, and they did a fantastic job. But I don't think I can afford to pay £10 a video, as little as it sounds. It's probably the better route. I can't. I'm not in a position to do that, and I'd love to have a full-time editor, but it's not viable at the minute. So it's definitely something in the works. Again, I don't want to speak on everybody's behalf, but it's a tough process putting out YouTube content, and I think branching out that direction is something that we're all aiming to do.
I think because it's almost a requirement for partner these days, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. So there are people that have managed to, carry their channels through without it. I think the minimum requirement, this is me talking personally, I just want to do maybe even just like one raid per stream, just throw that out there as a YouTube video as highlights, or even just, I don't want to just chop together clips as do a stream highlights thing. Maybe that's something as well. I think it's something that, again, we're all new to it, and we're all going to learn as we go along and improve with it, and it's down to our communities to give us feedback and improve with that. So I think the first step is actually doing it, and once you get started, you get momentum with it, and you get feedback, and you get better at it. And I think the first step is the hardest, and I think we're all in the same boat in that respect.
There's a question there. As the game stands this wipe, what is the biggest thing you would change right now?
Delete hackers, Kappa.
I'd just add like 3 times the amount of servers in EU so they're not so overloaded.
For me, it's increasing the ammo cap
That you can buy from vendors.
Yeah.
If it were up to me, I'd remove the ability to put anything in your gamma whilst in raid. I know that'll piss a lot of people off, or your hardship runners, but that's what needs to happen, really.
When they did that at the end of, I think it was 11.7, was it? Like the pre-wipe at the end of 11.7 when they did, I loved it. I loved it, and I was so gutted they decided they weren't going to keep it.
Hey, Ace, didn't see you there.
I mean, if you get a Ledix now, you put it in your gamma, it's like, all right, if I die, I've got a Ledix, no problem. I mean, you can't sell it on, but it's useful for trading for thick item cases, or if you put a graphics card in there, you can upgrade your Bitcoin farm. Whereas if you can't put it in there, it's going to completely change how you play the rest of the map. You're going to be a lot more tactical. You're not going to run around like a madhead because you're going to care if you die. I think it'd be a lot better.
Yeah, and they also touched upon it in Pestely's podcast, or the team's podcast, I think. They were discussing like how you can like have mags with bullets in your case. I think that should be removed as well, because that increases like the risk of going in with 995, for example.
I would like to hope that they're going down the route of slowly phasing out putting stuff in your case, because at the minute we're kind of there in a way, right? The fact that if you put something in your case, it's no different to it being in your bag, because the value is there only if you survive. Fair enough, there's some things that if you put in your container, it still holds its value. Bitcoins and barter items and cash items and keys, fine. It still has value to you. But I'd like to think that they're going down that route of, the container is exit only. I'd love to see that. And I think for the most part, most people would love to see that. There might be a bit of a pushback. It's not even casual players, but there's still a huge majority of people who do balance their stash economy through their container. But I think that is slowly going away now as well. People aren't seeing it like with their own eyes, but I think we're seeing that culture change of, it goes back to my first point at the very, very start of rewarding surviving a raid. Whether it's a factory run, nighttime, and you're killing scavs, that's rewarded because you're surviving. If it's a labs run, you're only going to get rewarded unless obviously you get a crazy key drop or a LEDX. Even a LEDX now, if you gamma that and die with it, what good is it? The therapist buys it for how much? Unless
because they'll barter with it.
Trade.
Yeah, exactly. But the emphasis, like I'm saying, the emphasis should be going down the route of barter trades and survival, and I like that. And like I said, I'm trying to circle back to the point of the one big change, but that would be an awesome change. But I think, like the weight system, we need to have it phased in, because the whole pushback and the whole negativity around the weight system was because it was an overnight light switch. Here's a weight system, and it was pretty rough. If they had phased it in, imagine if they had phased it in a way of like the cap of being slow walking was 125 kilos, 150 kilos, and they slowly tightened the screw and made it, lower and lower and lower to the point of it where it is now, like 70 kilos. Instead of overnight, boom, here's 80 kilos, and then they notched it down a bit. Do you know what I mean? Or all the way around, it was 60 and they bumped it up to 70. Same with the kappa changes or the container changes now. If we see it phased in slowly over time, that it's literally going to be, it's only there for stuff that you bring in. You bring in your keys and your meds, that's fine. But if you want to put stuff in there, then it's a no-go. Maybe a key tool. Maybe you can put stuff onto a key tool or something. I don't know. Like I said, I'm hoping that's the route they're going down, and I'm hoping that we have a few iterations of it before they set something in stone. But that's the thing with BSG. Nothing's ever really set in stone, and we're seeing changes as though, although they're not as regular as we'd like to see. You know, Pestley always talks about these like 3-month seasons of experimental stuff that we'd like to see, try it out. I'm always for that.
I think I took your item, says in chat, but then what would the case be useful for? May as well take the safe container out of the game. As I see it, because you can't put anything into it in raid, it would still be like, would you ever bring a key tool full of keys into raid if it wasn't in your safe container? No. Like, exactly. You're not going to put 20 million rubles worth of keys in your rig pocket. So the safe container is always going to have a very set position in being very useful. And medicine as well. Like, at the moment, I mean, I don't put anything in my gamma anymore, like when I'm in raid, unless it sells well to therapist or something, right? Otherwise, it's just stacked full of my keys and my meds to use, because there's not much point anymore, right, with the new found and raid system. But that's always going to be there. I'm always going to be able to have my meds and my keys, and they're going to come back out with me if I die.
It's like, even though I like run around with a kappa, the things I have in there are stims and meds and my sick case, and that's it. And that's like the benefit it gives me. I can have an extra IFAC or a Saleva, and then I'll have a blue stim and a green stim, which basically just gives me the opportunity to extend fights if I get in a really shitty fight.
You'll see the difference. Well, the difference I saw when I got a kappa last wipe was being able to run sick and docs in labs, so you can just stuff all those into the docs. Can't wait.
Yeah, money making.
Evil Intent asking, having make magazines in your hand loading bullet. So, okay, that's something that's planned. That Evil Intent's mentioned there is the animation for refilling mags. That's something that is planned. We haven't had it yet, but we're supposed to be not be able to do two things at once, multitasking, healing while packing mags, etc. It's not in the game yet.
I thought it was 12.7.
I mean, it was in the patch notes for 6. It was meant to be in there, but then when the patch dropped, it just wasn't there.
I thought it was in for a few hours and got removed because it was causing bugs.
So it's apparently it's in if you go in offline raid, it's there, but
yeah,
it's not there on online raids. El Ray asks, when do you feel Tarkov should be finished as a 0.1 release? How long would that be? Because the game to die again. If it will be too long, it will cause the game to die. Sorry if this is covered. It's not been covered. I mean, I heard Nikita talk about the other day on Red 7's podcast that he wants it ASAP. Like, he's ready to stop like developing this game. He's ready to do other things. He's ready for new projects, and he's sick of it. But I think as a player base at the minute, like, I don't know how long we're willing to wait, but I'm willing to wait a long time. The thing that I always go back to is I don't want rushed updates. That's the thing I kept saying. The last delays to 12.7 and 12.6. I don't mind waiting. I've been through how many wipe cycles now in the year and a half, 2 years that I'm playing. I'd much rather have a semi-working delayed update than a completely broken rushed update. That's my opinion. I don't know about you guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, my favorite game dev studio in the world outside of Battlestate Games is CD Projekt Red, because they will not release a game until they think it is good to go and done. They will delay and they will delay and they will delay. Well, I mean, we saw it with Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, we've been getting leaks about that for years and years and years. They absolutely won't release a game unless they are happy with it. And I wish that was the way all developers worked, if I'm honest. I don't mind waiting. I just want the end content to be what I'm paying for.
I didn't want to talk about it, but we're kind of, I don't know. I was going to kind of close it up there, but it's something that's always in the back of my mind and something that's always it's the main reason why there's cheating is real life money. People obviously buying rubles, etc., and items. How obviously there's no one real answer in terms of how to fix it. Obviously, all these changes that they're doing is a way to kind of combat that. Nothing is a real fix, right? How do they fix it, in your opinions? Like, what's the best way to combat it? Like, mass banning obviously isn't working, and where'd you start if you're BSG right now? How do you go about doing it?
Ban the buyers. If you ban the people that are buying the rubles or buying the items with real money, they will get scared. The hackers will never get scared, right? It's their lives to get around. Yeah. They can buy new accounts. They can circumvent hardware ID bans. They can circumvent IP bans, anything,
soon,
right? The people buying
after
the items, they will get scared. They will pass word around that it's not safe to do so. And if there isn't a market for the hackers to sell on, then the hackers won't be there either.
They could outright, that's possibly.
I think that's the best way to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put a real scare into the community. Do a huge fucking ban wave of buyers. And you'll see, like, I don't know how many people do it, but let's say you ban 10,000, that comes to the front page of Reddit or whatever. People will be scared.
That's a nice plan, but how do you label a buyer? You know, if I get a Red Rebel and I give it away on stream to a viewer, what's the difference in him PayPaling me $5 or just a viewer in Twitch that I drop a Red Rebel in factory for him? So there's really not like a clear how you do that with a third party, or you know what I mean? There's not a clear way to define a drop or a giveaway that's legitimate versus a real money transfer.
The way to do it, and it's the morality of it is questionable, but Pesley was talking about this. BSG needs to make a money trading website themselves, an undercover one, and they need to sell rubles and items, and then they need to get a client base of, you know, a few thousand people or whatever that they've made these trades with, and then they need to ban them all at the same time. Go bam. And then they know they're not banning innocent people, and they also like have 100% proof, and then that scare will get on from there. Pesley has spoken about this a few times. I think it's not moral, but it's the way to do it.
I don't think morals count when you talk to these kind of people, but
that's like putting someone that only gets kills with head and eyes in lobbies with other people that only gets kills with head and eyes, just so it would be like the sus players get in a queue that's full of other sus players. Be the best way to fix that.
It's yeah, go on.
Thing is, I know obviously talking about it, but how hard would it be to honestly track the data of certain people and have it flag up when they only hit in a raid, every shot they shoot hits head eyes or whatever, or they're moving across the map at 10 times the speed of someone else? How hard would that be for that to flag up though? And
true,
you know, that sort of thing be locked.
There's certain things in the anti-cheat that there's missing, but I don't understand how anti-cheat coding works. Apparently, you know, there's so many layers to it. One thing that I did want to bring up, obviously, you know, it all circles back to cheaters as well. I highly recommend anybody who doesn't stream or doesn't record, if you can record or just save highlights, please do so. And until we have manual reports, like, don't put them on Reddit, don't put them on like Discord. Send it to basically any partnered streamer who's big. They'll have a Discord. Send them a message. If it's blatantly obvious, outrageous, outlandish, I'm not talking about sus. Could be decent, could be not. If there's anything that's blatantly obvious, you know, without question, if it's not one of like, for now, if you don't know anybody, send it to me and I can send it to an appropriate person. My Discord's there, and send me the clip. I know of like at least a dozen accounts this wipe that me personally I've had a hand in getting them banned because of clips that I've sent to Pest, who sent to Nikita, and they've looked into the account and got them banned. This is like 100% proven fact. It's a thing. There's most of the partnered streamers are in a Discord with Nikita and Dimitri, and they're open to watching clips and manually reviewing stuff. As shitty as a process that is, like, it's very long-winded in my opinion. You know, there could be a better report system, but the problem at the minute is mass reports. If Birdley headshots someone, and you know, all their mates on Discord mass report Birdley, he could be in hot water for a bit until he gets his name cleared, like we saw with Tweak. So until we have a report system, this is what we're dealing with. If BattleEye you don't feel it's doing enough, and although, you know, it's kind of shit at the minute, you know, if you are recording clips and stuff like that, send them over to me and I'll definitely forward them, because it's worked for me so far. Like the ones that are like crazily obvious, teleporting around, like, you know, spamming SKSs everywhere that aren't, you know, could be, you know, 50-50 desync, could be they are getting banned. So, you know, they are looking at these things.
And I mean, Nikita said very confidently in Red Seven's podcast very recently, he said, if you die to a hacker, that 90% of the time, or, you know, he said most of the time, they won't be there the next day. They're already gone via BattleEye, according to him.
Yeah, as much as I like Nikita and like that sentiment, I've had back-to-back raids of running into the same person, back-to-back, like 3-4 raids in a row. So whether they're there tomorrow, I don't know. But we, like, Aero knows well, like, we've had stream sniping hackers who are level 69 following us for days on end. So obviously that's might be in the past, might be a thing of the past. Who knows? So, like I said, I'm always hopeful, glass half full, but at the same time, statements like that, it's kind of, it's a bit overzealous, honestly. As much confidence as I have in BSG, that there is definitely holes in the system at the minute. Yeah, they haven't posted about mission, but they are doing.
Yeah, 100%. I've run into people days in a row.
Yeah.
So obviously this is going back last patch. Whether it's the same this patch, who knows?
Exactly.
But to be honest, me personally, I'm just staying out of labs for now. I've done 5 runs, and 3 of them were about under 30 seconds. Labs. At that point, I was like, nah.
I know that Blue's got a question.
Blue?
Mm-hmm.
The original question? Which one? That last statement you said there? Original question for each streamer. If they would do such a wipe, if they could get achievement for it or something? What was this in regards to, sorry? Have I missed something?
He's asking if you could voluntarily wipe your account.
Oh, okay.
Midway budget to get an achievement kind of thing.
Yeah, we've spoken about this previously. I don't know if we're repeating it. It's not from today, is it? A prestige system. We've always kind of gone back to that.
We spoke about it on the last podcast with Rickle. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'd love to see that, because at the minute, people like Aero, he's bound to. He's vowed to me he's not going to, and he's going to hit 70 this wipe. But last wipe, he reset his account 17,000 times. With no achievement. Obviously, he'd hit Kappa and give it away, and then they stopped the ability of giving away Kappa, which was, you know, obviously for a reason, but it's kind of disappointing for streamers like him who, you know, his viewers benefit from his grind, because he resets, gets a Kappa, gives that out to a lucky viewer, resets again, gets another Kappa, gives that out. Obviously, you can't do that anymore with the whole system now, but that's a different point. To add some sort of prestige system where, you know, if you hit 40, 50, 60, whatever the level, choose a level, and then you reset your account and you get some sort of reward, whether it's an in-game item or even just a little, you know, badge of honor next to your name, a little trinket or something.
Change the color of the dog tag.
Yeah, something. You know, gold dog tag.
That would be fucking sick.
I feel like they could do clothing though. I feel like is a real big thing. If they made clothing unlocks account side rather than PMC side, right? So through wipes, through anything, your account still has like tags on it that unlock certain clothings for you. You could do that. You prestige, you unlock this clothing. You prestige 5 times, you unlock this.
I mean,
when you complete the 100 killer kills, you get the tracksuit
Yeah.
permanently, right? You know, that sort of
even
thing.
like a badge on your clothing, like you
Yeah.
pick the
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then just put a badge or something like that, like on your arm,
White
like an
armband.
or something, like something that shows that when people see your PMC, you have something on that shows that you've been grinding, like, and actually been playing the game for accomplishment and not like just to play it, you know. I think it'd be lit. I don't know.
Give
Like, little
give
things like
Ontorius a face mask to prevent his batty chirps. How about that?
Like just little things like that would keep people even more interested. Just having a patch on your fucking arm is something to work towards, and that's all we're asking for is something to work towards.
You just want a pink AK arrow.
Fuck, dude, I'd rock a pink
Okay.
I don't
Do
want
you,
guns like that. No.
Do you guys remember the leak of the camo MP5 and that everyone thought that they were going to be adding a paint station into the hideout?
No, I don't remember that. No.
I thought they were going to be. Do you know what I thought from that? I thought spray cans. That's what I thought. Like we'd be able to like, draw stuff.
I don't know what happened to that MP5.
No.
BSG just leaked it on Instagram once,
Yeah,
and then
it's gone
nothing
into
ever again
oblivion.
after. Yeah.
I'd
Bro,
like
we
to
got
see
Jumbo
gun
Run.
skins.
I wouldn't want to see like outlandish skins, but I'd like a bit of
Not like
customization.
crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, just something to spice it up a bit almost.
Not like gold and pink and fluorescent colors, just like camos.
I'd like to be able to
add
take
in COD ones.
netting on it.
I want
Just put
diamonds
netting
all
and
over
leak.
my gun.
Let me put a beard on my PMC.
Oh, yes.
Let me tattoo
Dude.
my PMC.
Leashes, bro. At least you got the stash, you know?
It's true.
Close enough.
Can we get a Birdly Beanie stream item? Confirmed first.
Yes.
Can we make that a trending hashtag today?
But get bird contacts, bro.
Do you really want it to be a beanie,
First,
though, considering that
can
you
we
got the cotton
can we just
beanie?
take a second, a minute to actually appreciate? First, we're amongst royalty right now with Birdly. The first confirmed Kappa worldwide, confirmed 100%. Like, why isn't this being acknowledged by BSG?
Imagine not sleeping for 3 weeks.
Imagine being a
11 days.
imagine being a nerd. Like,
Yeah.
What a nerd. Get him out of here.
I've got an interesting one then. Based on asking for stream items, what would all you guys stream item? If you could have one item in game based on you, what would it be?
It'd be a DVD.
Everybody knows what mine would be. Ask Iron what mine would be.
Toilet paper?
No, bandit with
Got him.
Bandit with pants.
a fursuit.
Just like
Just a
What would it
fursuit.
be?
A fursuit would do for him.
Bandits pants? What?
bandit with pants.
Just have a little raccoon plushie with pants on.
Yeah.
Or just no. Give his PMC a raccoon onesie fursuit. Perfect.
You're an idiot.
What about a raccoon hat?
I mean, it'd be pretty lit.
Davy
I'd-
Crockett?
Raccoon skin hat. That'd be dope.
Oh yeah, no shit. That'd be sick.
Be dope as fuck, right?
Yeah,
Mosing
yeah.
in a coonskin hat. Let's go.
Offenders would be a stick of glue.
Standard. Either that
By the way,
or
if you guys don't get the
simple white
reference, I
t-shirt.
actually have a pet raccoon, so yeah. That's
So what would everyone's be then?
I'm trying to
Obviously bandits.
Mine would be a DVD.
a DVD.
Why
Yeah,
DVD?
a Trip X DVD.
Do they?
Triple X.
A Triple X DVD. It'd just
Triple
be a
X
DVD
DVD.
laying there.
Trip do
Yeah,
I can rock the
I
do
get that.
Oh, you know what Nick should be, wouldn't you? They're right there, look.
The socks.
See, mine would obviously be a red beard, but unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's already confirmed for Baddie's streamer item, so I'm kind of screwed.
What
Should
about?
be more
Obviously,
original,
I-
shouldn't you?
Iron, yours would just have to be an Iron Fist.
I reckon so.
It would just have to be.
What would yours be, Rob?
Probably just TPO shirt, cocker.
Birdley's already got the kappa. That's his item. So
Fuck you, Adam.
I think I want a pizza box, I think, or a mullet wig.
A mullet wig. Yeah. Okay.
Mm,
Oh, that could be Rob's. A ponytail.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Rob's could be a pillow for him to take a nap in raid. Little blanket.
Little teddy bear.
What about you, Philbo?
I was thinking about that just as I said it because I thought, fucking hell, I don't even know what mine would
A
be.
wizard hat. Gandalf hat.
Don't know. My channel seemed around about Lord of the Rings. Could be something to do with that.
A little Gimli helmet.
Yeah. But Mitzi's in my stream like every day. But then again, there's a cat statue in the game
yeah.
already.
It's based on Iron Fist, that one. Little puss.
Wow. Imagine being toxic. We're talking about positivity here.
PMA, bro.
Yes!
Oh my god!
Mullet.
Yes.
With the cut off sleeves.
Actually,
Yes.
mine would probably be Hendrix Gin. That's what it would be. It'd be Hendrix Gin because I've got like a bazillion bottles of Hendrix Gin that I drink on my stream.
Damn one, new one.
Imagine
I'm not
drinking
gonna-
on stream.
Looks like Birdley's about to go Super Saiyan, bro. I swear.
I am.
But Birdley just looks like a budget Doctor Disrespect right now. I gotta be honest.
Oh, you have no idea how many people have said that. It's a part of an old '80s costume that I used to use.
Will do, Mister. I'm getting
I used to
onto that.
DJ quite a bit before, and we used to do this like '80s package thing. So it was this like with leopard tights and a golden coat. So I just kept it.
All right, one thing I'm going to go around the table on this one because I already know who mine is. Without self-promotion, recommended one Tarkov streamer and why. Just give the name shout out.
Somebody that's not in this party.
Yeah. Just and a reason why they stand out for you.
I'll start.
Easy.
Go on.
Hayes.
Mhm.
It's pretty simple. He is the man who got me into streaming in the first place. He gave me the motivation and the drive to actually stream. And he's also just there is literally probably no other Tarkov streamer in the directory that I can sit and watch 24/7 and never get bored.
Shout out Hayes. Good shout.
I would have said Rickle. Too bad Rickle doesn't stream anymore. But I would have to say I think Dill Hero. I don't know. He's actually insane. Like he's just an insane player. He's super cool to talk to. And there's not like a moment that I'm in his chat and he's just fucking insane. He's so good.
Yeah, and to go back on my earlier point about cheaters, he's actually one of the partner streamers in that Discord for cheat reports. So if you're a part of his community or not, I'm sure he would, if you've got clips and stuff that you want to report, he's one to forward them onto as well. If you feel that you're not able to get through to these bigger streamers, he's definitely one that's approachable, no doubt.
Sure.
Former PUBG pro, he's part of the Spiff family as well. He's insane when it comes in terms of game sense and movement. He's off the charts. Like watching him in labs is crazy. Mission. I was gonna go last, but Mission actually just said my recommendation for anybody who hasn't watched Milky Charms. Prepare to have your mind blown. If you think this game's difficult, and if you think you're good at this game, go watch Milky Charms. Disabled vet plays with a quad stick with his mouth, and still wrecks. And I actually got close to tears watching it the first time him play because it just it blew my mind watching him duo with Sigma was the first time I came across his channel. It's insane and yeah, it just blew my mind. And even to this day, just every time I just jump in there, it surprises me. Everything I think about or think I know about Tarkov just goes out the window watching him because it's like I'm doing this perfectly able-bodied, and he's doing this on another level. It's yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, that would be my one.
Oh, mine's easy.
God.
Everyone talks about, the best player, learn the most from this. But really, you come on Twitch for entertainment. Let's be honest. Swath underscore the underscore suck. Go check him out. Best content out there. If you don't laugh, there's something wrong with you. Need your head looked at.
I'll make sure I get him a shout out. He's a good lad.
I would say Captain K, because Captain K just goes with it. Like there's never a stressful situation for him. Like it might not be full Chad, but he just like goes with it and has fun, and he'll get jump scared and be laughing the whole time. Like he'll jump out of his chair and be laughing the whole fucking time. I don't know, I think Captain K is legit.
What's his channel link?
I can put it in the message.
Right.
He wears a sailor suit.
Yeah, I know the one. I just don't know his channel name. I haven't got him on my thing. Birdley, Philbo. Any?
Honestly, I'm looking through my people who are following it.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like someone smaller, but it's like it's hard for me not to mention Crashed from my point of view, because he's so unique out there in the sea of Tarkov content creators. He's one of the few people I see that usually goes out with minimal gear after playing the game for over 3 years and strives to create good content by doing something different, which to me is extremely entertaining to see someone that has that amount of experience and I know so much about the game to still go on small adventures like looting caches on Shoreline and see what happens. It's fascinating to see how he can do that.
It's a very interesting thing, because Crashed is one of those streamers that you can watch. Like I was saying, it's hard to stream this game and keep it interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that the bigger streamers tend to do without effort, and he's one of those. Or those, whether you want to class him as a big streamer or not, I do. I mean, but even a scav run, or even just going out there with a naked AK, he makes it interesting. He makes something happen. He makes a play, and it's partly down to his actual game ability and his game sense, but it's partly because of him being an awesome guy. He makes it interesting no matter what he's doing. So yeah, that's something, a bit more personal for me in terms of where we're aiming to go with streaming and making not as if we're going for highlight reel kills every single raid, but just making it interesting, making it, make it watchable.
I think especially you've been talking quite a lot about PMA, Iron, and Crashed stream. Like the vibes in there are always just top notch, good vibes. It's always such a great place. You're always welcomed in. Very, very friendly atmosphere. Great attitude in general.
Aero's first experience with Crashed. Me and Aero running labs late wipe, last wipe, and we killed Birdley and Crashed in labs. The only reason why we killed them was they formed a tower of power in elbow stairs and were just standing on top of each other's heads having a heart-to-heart, and we happened to walk into them as they were stood on each other's heads just chatting shit to each other in Discord. So that's it.
It was
that was Bubbles and Crash.
Bubbles, yeah.
Yeah, they were just stacked inside the Z-Hall stairs, just sitting there, just chilling on top of each
I
other.
watched back the clip, and they just jumped on each other's heads, and they were having a little heart-to-heart. I misspoke. It was Bubbles, not Birdley, but yeah.
Phil Bell?
I honestly, do you know, being serious, there's not many people I physically watch play Tarkov other than the people I'm speaking to here. Honestly, if I'm not streaming, I've always got Birdie stream open, I've always got Antorius stream open, I've always got Iron stream open, I've always got Fenner stream open, I've always got Aero stream open. Unfortunately, Redbeard and Timo and Chip, I didn't really know about yous until kind of like over the last couple of days. So I've dropped you both a follow, and I'll start watching yous as well. Every time I watch,
I almost shot you in factory.
How much?
Remember?
How much did you pay him? Rob, how much are you paying for this? Like,
I did stumble across someone's channel, and I was trying to find out her name. She's on the west coast of USA, so she doesn't like stream super late. But when I've been up at like stupid o'clock in the morning, when I've been playing with like Iron for to stupid times, I'm in a Discord now. I'm just trying to find out what her fucking name was to give her a proper shout out. And
is it Ginger by any chance?
No, smaller than Ginger.
Oh.
I followed Ginger from Pesley's raid. He did the other day.
Do you know what? It only just twigged in my head because I rewatched some of the highlights from the charity stream when I was playing with Sigma. She actually dropped £200 on the charity thing, and because it was like everything was going crazy that day anyway. It never actually twigged who she was until afterwards. I looked at the name on the charity feed of who paid what, and she's it's weird how things like
Cat D Gamer.
Okay. We'll be sure to check her out.
She's been playing Escape from Tarkov and also Valorant, but she's like, she only gets like 15 people, 20 people tops, and she's proper chill. It's just really like relaxed, nice. She always talks to people, and she's just dead friendly. And I've enjoyed having her open when Philbo got a chub on for Yankee plus DJ.
What?
Fucking DJ's comment in Offender's channel.
I've closed Offender's chat, like I said.
Philbo with the chub on for Yankee Puss.
Okay, all right. Trust DJ to lower the tone.
DJ still doesn't bring anything into labs besides no helmet, level 4 armor, and a VSS. He doesn't have
a fucking police hat.
He wears a USEC hat.
USEC hat, yeah.
And he likes to shoot his teammates.
He likes to die to Ash 12s.
And take all Birdley's loot.
All of it. The vacuum.
The vacuum. That's exactly what his streamer item would be, the vacuum.
Bitter Dyson.
Bitter Dyson.
Ontorius, your recommendation for chat?
So I started streaming about 9 months ago. And one of the first accounts that I ran into was a guy called Epsy. Super chill, wholesome dude. Very, very, very knowledgeable at the game. His stash always gets insane by the end of the wipe. Any questions you've got, he's more than willing to answer. He does view raids every day, giveaways, about what you want. Epsy's channel for you. Honestly, I'd recommend him a lot. Really like Epsy.
And if you ever want to know where a branded product is made, just ask Epsy. He's always got the right answer.
Oh man, I
go in his chat, please, and ask him where Yorkshire puddings are from, please.
Oh my god,
please.
Yeah. Just ask him about anything, whether it's Chicago deep dish, New York strip steaks. Just ask him about anything location-wise, food-wise, and he'll have the perfect answer for you. Something about Epsy for me as well was one of the first streamers that I ran into. Again, it's about 9 months ago. I don't know. I got a lot of time for him, and he's helped me a lot. It's a really weird one for me to talk. I don't know. Like, I don't want to leak private conversations, but it was before even I had sub buttons and stuff, and we were talking about streaming and stuff, and he's just got a really different outlook on how things can play out, and how I see things as, a bit of RNG and chance. He's got a different outlook on it, but I've always got a lot of time for him, and again, he's done a lot for me personally, so anytime somebody wants to talk about him or talk, put him in a good light, I've always got time for them, so he's a good lad. Thank you for the follow as well. Shrektalized.
Bring Rickle back.
Who hasn't said one? I can't.
We all have one.
You have?
Said one now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We give a quick little secondary shout out to Exo Simply.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Exo Simply for sure, definitely. Yeah.
Anyone else? I'm trying to think now.
I'm literally gonna go to my follow channels right now and see.
That's what I did.
I'm trying to think. Like
Bitter Tiny Bicycle Tom.
Wald.
Wow.
Yeah, Wald's
Oh,
a homie.
Wald. Yeah, Wald is awesome. Super genuine dude. Good at Tarkov. Super fun to watch. I
Gale
host a-
Games as well.
Go ahead, face
Gale
Ames.
Games Evil 3.
Ains is also another really good Tarkov streamer.
Yeah, Ainz is a really good guy. He's super good at the game as well.
Yeah, he's really good.
Reconcile.
And Reconcile. Yep, I was about to say Reconcile.
Yeah.
Yep. All super genuine, awesome people.
Yeah, Reconcile's on at the moment.
Killer and Mena, they don't really stream. They're good lads, Raw, but they don't really stream much. If they stream more, then
And Lord Facetank, of course.
I'd want to
True.
shout them out more.
He doesn't stream that often, but
Yeah, when he
it's fun.
does, let's everybody get in there, give him a bunch of follows, and get him to encourage him to stream more. I don't know why he doesn't stream often, but he should.
Just tell him, literally just message him and message him to get off the corner and get in front of the camera.
no one likes Space Tank anyway. Fucking Taylor, bro.
wow.
Rar, dude. Rar and Face Tank are buddy IRL, so each other.
Of course, you can't forget DJ, Harry.
Okay, yeah, Harry Hoyle and UK DJ. DJ, man, he'll get there eventually. He's our UK version of Quattro. He literally is. Like, I say that without like any sort of exaggeration. When it comes to labs and game sense, he's on another level. Just has he ordered his mic? Has he ordered his, yeah. He's going places, and you need to get on that founders list, or on that, be amongst one of the few in the early days, and you'll be there to say I knew him before he blew up. It became huge because he's going places, honestly. And if you're lucky, you'll catch his dad in chat as well.
His dad.
Honestly, yeah.
I know. I've seen. I gifted his dad a sub in Harry's chat.
It's funny. Daddy DJ.
Daddy DJ.
Look at Timo's picture.
All right. I think we're winding down there. It's been a nice. Thank you all for your time. I know you all had things to do this evening. I had nothing to do, so I dragged you in here. It's a nice little catch up. We should do it more often. Maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. We're definitely not inviting Notorious back, but I look forward. Yeah, exactly. Who's offended? I look forward to catching up with all of you, and yeah, thank you for your time. Thanks for being awesome. If you're not already, like, obviously you're all following each other. It's fine. I don't know. We'll conclude there. I don't know how often we're going to do this, but I want to do it as often as possible. It'd be awkward next week because obviously drops is still going on for us to cut out a bit of time, and for the people who are going to have drops on the 21st, I wouldn't want to drag them into a podcast. We'll figure that out. Maybe fortnightly, maybe monthly. When we'll catch up, we'll give it enough time so that things change, so we're not just rehashing the same info. Do you know what I mean? Did anybody know that Offender's actually left-handed? Can you imagine? He actually uses his mouse with his left hand and WSD with his right hand. Mind blown, by the way.
And he uses light mode.
Look at that.
Who uses light mode?
I always knew there's something wrong with him, and it must be because he was left-handed.
Listen, left-handed people
that
are
explains
statistically
light mode.
more clever.
That explains the light mode.
Imagine trying to talk about your intelligence and using the term more cleverer.
Statistically more clever.
Statistically more cleverer. Hey, Swass is in chat as well. Swass is
Imagine
in
relying
chat.
entirely on your monitors for
Imagine
lighting.
Swass lurking until the point we shout him out and saying, "Nah, it's all good." Swass is amazing. Thanks for being awesome, man.
He's been in mine. He's been in raids.
Oh, okay.
'Cause, he's
Awesome.
been trying to catch up.
No, he's a good lad. Ask him about Offender's bedroom. Ask him about anything. Ask him about life.
That sounds weird.
No, honestly, it's not weird. He's
The Wu-Tang is the best.
Well, I feel blessed to be surrounded by a bunch of awesome people, honestly. Like, I don't want to get all soppy and wholesome, but it's true. And keep in touch. Thanks for being awesome.
The Wu-Tang is the best.
I'm gonna leave you to it. Who's live right now?
I'm getting off.
I think Birdly is.
Birdly is? Alright, cool. Alright. I'm gonna wrap it up there. And I'll leave you guys to it. If you could stop by tomorrow, I'm gonna try and I'm not gonna promise 24 hours, but
You're gonna do 24 hours.
24 hours, 24.
I'm live from 10 o'clock in the morning.
Wait, I can fix this. You wouldn't do 24 hours.
So how many subs do you need to get 24 hours?
No balls.
No, I don't. We're not doing any more goals.
69 subs for 24-hour stream. Easy go.
If you're around tomorrow, stop by, get some drops. If you want to do some raids, let me know, lads. Who's about? Thanks again for being awesome, all of you. Keep doing what you're doing. Apologies if my endeavors to try and get you drops didn't work. I do feel slightly, I don't want to say responsible. I don't know, man. It's a weird subject for me, man. I've been trying to plug your names and get you on that list, and I felt like I felt short, honestly. But it's a discussion for another day. Don't get discouraged by all that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys.
And you
to
don't
it.
get discouraged by it either, because not one of us would be upset that you're successful and got drops and got a little, good luck here and there. Nobody would ever fault you for that. We wish you the best. We wish each other the best. So don't ever, you know what I mean? Don't ever think of it like that at all.
Agreed.
All right, I'll thank you for that. I'll leave you guys to it. I'm gonna wrap up and see you in the next one.
Thank you so much for doing this, Iron.
Brother.
Deuces.
Tim, oh my god, he's been spending money on production.
Hey, look at that!
Walker, thanks for the follow. I didn't see you there. Mission, thanks for gifting the sub to Swass. And Reinhardt, thanks for the follow. All right, I'm out of there.
All right, bye.
Bye.
I'll Sithy.
Sithy.
Nice to meet you.
Now we're fucking copyrighted. Fuck, dude.
All right. Let me wrap this up. That was interesting, to say the least. How do I turn this off? All I want to do is enable my webcam. Where are we going? We're going to go raid Birdly. I'm going to put it on my beer right back. There we go. We're going to stick on our Be Right Back screen. We're going to go raid Birdly. Thanks for everyone for hanging out. We're going to keep doing this regularly. Catch up with the boys. We're going to have maybe a few new guests next time. We're live tomorrow with drops from 10 a.m. Yeah, thanks again for everyone hanging out. Do stick around for the raid. Go show Birdly some love. If you're not already following him, then please do. I'm going to grab some food. I'm going to be hanging out in his chat. I'm going to try and get some rest for tomorrow. Like I said, I can't promise a 24-hour. I'm going to try and go for as long as possible, but we'll see. So yeah, thanks again. I'll see you in the next one.